Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be alright. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Well, tonight, we're going to just look at some of my ideas on what I see going on with the Young Thug case. I want to welcome Maria and the other individuals that are in the chat. Be you in the clouds, in the trees, in the bushes, on the beach, in Aruba, Belize, Bahamas, Antarctica, wherever you may be, United Kingdom, Canada, I want to welcome you all for tuning in. I thank you very much. And as I said, all of my day ones, as well as my newcomers, I thank you very much. So if you would, please hit the like button. This should be a good one. You know, I've been talking about the trial penalty, and that's taking away our rights to the Sixth Amendment. I see a lot of that going on in this case. It's amazing how, you know, when you start researching or talking about a place or a thing, then everywhere you tune in, you'll hear something in reference to whatever it is that your interest is. And that's a good thing to me. It looks like a lot of these young guys were children together, grew up like most children in most urban areas, and plagued with the community, that is, alcoholism, drug addiction, unemployment, welfare. Then, as we used to say, boys will be boys. But these boys were more of what we call the mischievous boys, and they just got into a lot of trouble. And as they got older and hung with older guys, they got into more harsh trouble. Like they started robbing people and stuff like that. And of course, you know, we don't excuse that behavior. And we do believe that people should be, you know, punished for their wrongdoing. But the question becomes, what's the punishment and for how long, and what can we give them as an alternative? Now, the DA of Fulton County solicited the government for a lot of money, saying that she see a lot of the problems in the city as being gang related, and so she wanted to start this gang prevention program so that perhaps the young men that are coming up now won't have to face what some of these young guys faced as they were up and coming. Well, you know, during the time they were up and coming, it was a real bad epidemic of crack cocaine, and they were, and rap, you know, was in the picture. And so they were trying to be aspiring rappers. and they tried their hands at it, and this young man, young thug, whose name is Jeffrey Williams, managed to do so well that he managed to become a professional at it. Well, a lot of the things that they did when they were younger, and of course we know that most urban communities are plagued with gangs, whether you want to be a part of the gang or not. My brother told me once when we were talking, and he said, all of that mama said, do this and don't do that and don't do this. He said that might work for you girls, but I can't do that because I'm going to be tried. And when somebody try you, you got to stand or you going to fall in disrespect. And one thing about people that don't have much, for some reason, they demand a whole lot of respect. And perhaps that's all they have as far as their self-esteem and their dignity. But that's what they demand. And they demand it at all costs. So when you look at the animal kingdom, because that's what I liken us to, nature and the animal kingdom, and you look at how the bulls, which are the boys of the group, in most animal herds, prides, whatever you call them, when they get a certain age, then they start competing for the affection of the females in the group. And so they have to show off, their strength. And they do that with the peacocks and the ostriches. It doesn't matter. I guess that's every living thing. And perhaps that has to do with the innate need for companionship and mating and reproducing. Perhaps that's what it is. We are supposed to be the intelligent ones, and so we should be able to talk it out. But unfortunately, we have that same testosterone type adrenaline running through our bodies as human beings, and I'm talking about the male counterparts. We women have the estrogen, and we can go off the hook with that as well. But it becomes more animalistic, and a child left to himself will think and act out like a child. And a lot of parents don't realize that they're leaving their children to themselves because they're going to work and they're working hard as they can to just make sure that they have a place to stay, something to eat, water, lights, gas, clothing, just the bare necessities. And if by chance you get some extra, then that's even better. But most parents and most in our communities during this time were single parent homes. And then during the time of most of these young men's lives, they were grandparent homes because a lot of their parents by then were hooked on drugs and incarcerated. And, a lot of people look down on people with addictions, but we all have addictive personalities. And, it's just according to what ism you chose. You may not have chosen to drink or to smoke or to do any other type of, controlled substance. But some people did, and they didn't think that they would be doing that forever. They just thought they were going to just change the way they felt at that time, not knowing that it's a never-ending thing, and it's a struggle and a fight to come out from under that, whatever that addiction may be. But a lot of them were reared by grandparents who could not get around as good as they used to, and they may have let some things go with their grandchildren because they thought maybe they were too harsh with their children, or maybe not harsh enough. So then you have these children that are coming up wanting to belong to something, and most don't have positive male images. They may see a lot of men standing around the corner under the tree playing cards or dominoes or shooting crap, just doing nothing really. And so they want to be like them. And they're accepted as the group because, like I said, people do try you. Greetings, Phyllis. Glad you're here. And so they may call themselves a group. They may call themselves a gang. But what we all know, most of us throughout the country, and I'm in Dallas, Texas, but most of us knew of the gangs from Los Angeles, California. Watts, Compton, South Central. That's what we knew of. And then, of course, the gangs of New York. So then you had to have, the Asiatic gangs. And then the gangs of Chicago. And then a lot of people from the South migrated to those three places that I just named. And so then, of course, people started going other places, and then the little gangs start sprouting up. But a lot of those people were just calling themselves things. And I don't know, these young men could have been very well gang members. I don't know. I do know that they did criminal activity. But from my research and what I've been finding, and again, this is just my opinion and reading the documents that I read, it just seems to me that this is more revenge than it is justice. Because justice requires mercy and grace and discipline. And this sounds like really, I'm going to get you, sucker. And I'm going to get you at whatever cost and however long it takes. This person is not being, so far that I've been able to tell, he's not being tried for committing a murder, which, of course, the statute of limitation never runs out. But he's being held to a standard of kingpin who orders those type things, just like the mafia. And the elements I see missing in this case, and they're bringing up some drugs, but what I'm seeing missing is the trafficking and the laundering element. I don't see that, but they said because he did things for his friends that was considered like, paying them off, and perhaps it could have been, I don't know. But I know that this doesn't really meet the smells test, and Judge Judy said if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true. And I found that to be true. So I'm looking and I'm thinking about the Sixth Amendment, which gives us the right to a trial before a tribunal or a judge and a jury of our peers. And the accuser, since they're bringing the charge, have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously, that a person is guilty of a crime. So a lot of these little guys grew up together, and they started out maybe in elementary school and, just hung out because, again, they lived in the hood. And they continued to hang out as they, progressed. A lot of them didn't even graduate high school. They dropped out. And again, it all has to do with the living conditions and the environment in which one lives. But be that as it may, they started committing crimes, and then they started committing a lot of robberies, and they had weapons. And we know that they were not going to the gun shows that come, or the store to purchase these weapons. They were getting them just like they said. I'm sure, I'm not there and I don't know, and this is all just my opinion. like they said in Chicago, they would wake up and there would be a whole trailer of a 18-wheeler in an alley with all type of automatic weapons. So that meant somebody had to be distributing those weapons, and we know it wasn't the people that lived there. They just took advantage of them. And so that's what these guys did, and they did some things together and they did some things separate. And from what I can understand, Jeffrey Young Thug was a part of some of the things that they did. But they're not trying him for any murders. They're trying him for the one giving the orders. And I looked at some YouTube the other night. I looked at the FBI files, and I've seen a couple of stories. I swear that these people looked at these videos and just took parts out of these videos and trying to make a case. But as I did the other day about Fonnie Willis, it was said that she dated one of the drug kingpins, and he was actually unalived, and supposedly at the request of Young Thug. But not more than that, he was the person who rented the vehicle that the guys that were in that did the shooting. And so now they didn't bring them up on charges when all of this happened, but they say, word on the street, vowed to get him. Well, when you look at He's the Money, and of course the way they use money in Fulton County, it's not for the people, of course, it's for them, and they use a lot of it. So I could very well see how they're doing this case. Now, again, I'm not saying that he's not guilty of whatever he's guilty of, but I think that this is a trumped up case, in my opinion, and it's just not making sense. I see Phyllis is talking. Today our youth is still in trouble. Yeah, they worse. They're worse. No, they dump things in our hood. You say make it fit, and I guess that's tribute to the Juice, because of course we talked about that the other day. He's no longer with us, and one of the famous lines from his attorney, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Well, they're doing everything in their power to make their glove fit, and it's not making sense. And so tonight we're going to just talk a little bit about what they're doing. But again, I said I would start back with this penalty. And so here we go. Well, I had a lady that left a big long dissertation in my comments about she was here 13 minutes and never heard a word. You might be here 14 and don't hear a word. I try not to take that long, but I don't have many people that come into the live, so I start when I start. But you want to try to give at least 2 or 3 people an opportunity to hear what you're saying when you start out. And they can skip the music or they can skip the video. I'm going to keep making videos because someday somebody is going to want to hear the music and what's being said. And that's all I can tell you. I appreciate you for coming and stopping by, and hope you hit the like button when you were here. And you're welcome to come by anytime. But when you come to the Tiger's Den, it's going to be done the way the Tigers do it. And since I'm the Tiger, it's going to be done my way. And I do have consideration for the people that listen to me. And they have an appreciation of who I am. And so far, the people that support me, I haven't had any complaints. And I am open if you guys have suggestions. But I just do the best I can do. I just came here to share me. And didn't know who would be interested and who would not be. So, everybody don't care about your story and ain't gonna like it. And I realize that, I understand that, and it's okay. I ask people just to give me the same grace when they say what they say. Give me the same grace when I say what I say. That's all I ask people to do. Be that as it may, the impact of the trial penalty. The trial penalty has profoundly altered a criminal justice system designed as an adversarial battle between the government and defense lawyers, presided over by a judge with a jury as the final arbiter of guilt. And let me do what I would normally do, and that is share with you guys as I read this, so you can feel a part of. And you guys may read faster than me, and that's okay. I just want to share it with you. The trial penalty has made the government the most powerful player in the criminal justice system. Although the defendant is cloaked in the presumption of innocence, and the prosecutor theoretically has the burden of proof, as the report makes clear, the mere decision to charge triggers a domino. The mere decision to charge triggers a domino effect, making a guilty plea the only rational choice in most cases. And as trials and hearings decline, so too does government accountability. Government mistakes and misconduct are rarely uncovered, or are simply resolved in a more favorable plea bargain. Moreover, the ease of conviction can encourage sloppiness and a diminution of the government's obligation to fairness. Defense counsel, whose role is to ensure that all other rights of the accused are protected, spend most of their time negotiating plea bargains and drafting sentencing memoranda. As a result of the trial penalty, not only are defense counsel trying fewer cases, they are frequently forced to settle cases before meaningful investigation and litigation of the government's case. The prevalence of guilty pleas sidelines judges from their traditional supervisory role. Rather than scrutinizing the sufficiency and legality of the government's case, they are reduced to rubber-stamping plea bargains. If a mandatory minimum sentencing statute controls, judges do not even exercise their traditional sentencing role. And that's something that came up with the omnibus bill, with Bill Clinton as president and Joe Biden as the senator, who helped write that bill that sent more of us to prison for crack cocaine than in the history of people going to prison. That was one of the things that really tore up our families. The decline in the number of trials and the litigation that precedes them also causes advocacy skills to atrophy on both sides of the adversarial system. The federal courthouse in Manhattan, for example, held only 50 trials in 2015. Many defense lawyers and prosecutors have not tried cases in years, and many of the federal judges have similarly not presided over a trial in years. As one judge summed up the impact of the vanishing trial, the entire system loses an edge, and the quality of justice in our courthouses has suffered as a result. And that's kind of like when you ask yourself, where did these people go to law school and how did they get a law degree? Well, the way that they're doing things, are they really going and are they really getting them? And if they are, there must be the cheat and repeat syndrome, because it doesn't seem like they have any skill. The pressure defendants face to plead guilty can even cause innocent people to plead guilty. Of the 354 individuals exonerated by DNA analysis, 11% had pled guilty to crimes they did not commit. And the National Registry of Exonerations has identified 359 exonerees who pled guilty. Besides the trial, the defendant gives up many protections designed to ensure that no innocent defendant face punishment. But we know that's not true. Let me take a look at something. Yeah, okay, I'm in the right place. Just want to make sure that we wasn't going backwards, but that's why I had highlighted for us to be. So we're in the right place. Okay. The capacity of the government to process large caseloads without hearings or trials has resulted in an exponential increase in incarceration, wreaking devastation in lives and communities, and selectively concentrated among the poor and the poor of color. The nation's mass incarceration has rightly been described as the great unappreciated civil rights issue of our time. And normally if you talk about that, then they say you're playing the race card, and that's not true, and I don't know what you people want from us, and what do you think? If you just get up and by your own bootstraps and do what you need to do, you too can have the American dream, or the dream that Dr. King dreamt. Greetings, Regina M. Exoneration research has revealed one of the most tragic aspects of the criminal justice system. The pressure defendants face to plead guilty can even cause innocent people to plead guilty. I just read that. Okay, let me go down because I just read that. No, they're just saying the same thing. They just saying the same thing. I'm going to start with 11% has pled guilty to crimes they did not commit. And the National Registry of Exonerations has identified 359 exonerees who pled guilty. Additionally, the potential for such wrongful conviction is compounded in bargain for justice because, besides a trial, the defendants give up many protections designed to ensure that no innocent defendant faces punishment. I think that's where I stopped. Finally, the decline in jury trials deprives society of an important community check on exercises of criminal justice system. Jurors not only determine whether the prosecutors have met their high burden, they also apply their own sense of fair play, frequently convicting of lesser included offenses or even acquitting entirely where the prosecution is perceived as overreaching. They are a reminder that the government is not omnipotent, but instead remains subject to the will of the people. As the U.S. criminal justice system churns some 11 million people through its courtroom doors every year, trial by jury actively engage the public in this critical process of what they call democracy. But again, remember, we are supposed to be a republic form of government. I'm going to read principles and recommendations, and then I'm going to stop. Principles. The trial penalty, the substantial difference between the sentence offered prior to trial versus the sentence a defendant receives after a trial, undermines the integrity of the criminal justice system. Number 2, trials protect the presumption of innocence and encourage the government to charge cases based only on sufficient legally obtained evidence to satisfy the reasonable doubt standard. Number 3, the decline in the frequency of trials impacts the quality of prosecutorial decision-making, defense advocacy, and judicial supervision. Number 4, the decline in the frequency of trials tends to encourage longer sentences, thereby contributing to mass incarceration, including mass incarceration of people of color and the poor. Number 5, the decline in the frequency of trials erodes the oversight function of the jury, thereby muting the voice of lay people in the criminal justice system, and also undercuts the role of appellate courts in supervising the work of trial courts. Number 6. The trial penalty creates a coercive effect which profoundly undermines the integrity of the plea bargaining process. Number 7. A reduction for accepting responsibility through a guilty plea is appropriate. The same or similar reduction should be available after trial if an individual convicted at trial sincerely accepts responsibility after trial, regardless of whether the accused testified at trial or not. Number 8. No one should be punished for exercising her or his rights, including seeking pretrial release and discovery, investigating a case, and filing and litigation of pretrial statutory and constitutional motions. Number 9. Mandatory minimum sentences undermine the integrity of plea bargaining by creating a coercive effect and in the integrity of the sentencing process by imposing categorical minimums rather than case-by-case evaluation. At the very least, safety valve provisions should be enacted to permit a judge to sentence below mandatory minimum sentences if justice dictates it. And I just put that "it" on there because it just said dictates. Number 10. If mandatory minimums are not abolished, the government should not be permitted to use mandatory minimum sentences to retaliate against an accused person's decision to exercise her or his constitutional or statutory rights. That is, the state should not be allowed to file charges carrying mandatory minimum sentences in response to a defendant rejecting a plea offer or invoking her or his rights, including the right to a trial or to challenge unconstitutional government action. Recommendation. And we're going to go on and read these recommendations. Number 1, relevant conduct, USSG, Section 1B1.3, should be amended to prohibit the use of evidence from acquitted conduct as relevant conduct. Number 2, acceptance of responsibility, USSG, Section 3E1.1, B, should be amended to authorize courts to award a third point for acceptance of responsibility if the interests of justice dictate without a motion from the government and even after trial. Number 3, obstruction of justice, USSG 3C1.1, should be amended to clarify that this adjustment should not be assessed solely for the act of an accused testifying in her or his defense. Application Note 2 should also be clarified in this respect. Number 4, mandatory minimum sentencing mandatory minimum sentences statutes should be repealed or subject to a judicial safety valve in cases where the court determines the individual circumstances justify a sentence below the mandatory minimum. Number 5, full discovery. Full discovery. Defendants should have full access to all relevant evidence, including any exculpatory information, prior to entry of any guilty plea. Number 6. Let me bring this on down some. Bring it on down this way. Man, let me try to bring it down this way. I hate when they write there. Number 6, remove the litigation penalty. The government should not be permitted to condition plea offers on waiver of statutory or constitutional rights necessary for an accused person to make an intelligent and knowing decision to plead guilty. This includes an accused person's decision to seek pretrial release or discovery, investigate a case, or litigate statutory or constitutional pretrial motions. Number 7, limited judicial oversight of plea bargaining. There should be mandatory plea bargaining conferences in every criminal case supervised by a judicial officer who is not presiding over the case unless the defendant, fully informed, waives the opportunity. These conferences would require the participation of the parties, but could not require either party to make or accept an offer. In some cases, one or more parties might elect not to participate beyond attendance. Number 8, judicial second looks. After substantial service of a sentence, courts should review lengthy sentences to ensure that sentences are proportionate over time. Number 9, proportionality between pretrial and post-trial sentencing. Procedures should be adopted to ensure that the accused are not punished with substantially long sentences for exercising their right to trial or its related rights. Concretely, post-trial sentences should not increase by more than the following: denial of acceptance of responsibility, if appropriate, obstruction of justice, if proved, and the development of facts unknown before trial. And number 10, amendment to 18 U.S.C. 3553, paren A, paren 6. In assessing whether a post-trial sentencing disparity is unwarranted, the sentencing court shall consider the sentence imposed for similarly suited defendants, including, if available, a defendant who pled guilty in the same matter, and the defendant who was convicted after trial. The sentencing court shall consider whether any differential between similarly suited defendants would undermine the Sixth Amendment right to trial. And that is our section of the 6th, which is the trial penalty report. So when I looked at this case and looked at a lot of these guys, they had committed a lot of crimes, but they've already been to prison and served time on those crimes, and then they came back and committed other crimes. So a lot of the guys that grew up with Jeffrey, which is known as Young Thug, they ended up taking plea deals because they went back to those crimes. And it's really, to me, double jeopardy. They're trying to tie it in some way to where they're saying it is not double jeopardy. But they were, these guys were not going to, go in there. They was going to stand their ground and tell them that this is not this and this is not that. But when they start throwing them years at them and telling them what they were going to do, then all of these guys that they were willing to give all of these years, all of a sudden now are out on probation. Well, actually parole. And some are probation because they were not incarcerated. So they got these long probated sentences, but they didn't have to spend any jail time. And then this Jeffrey has been in jail since May 9th, 2022, which this May 9th, he'll be in jail for 2 years because they refused to give him a bond, naming him as the kingpin. And this guy is, and I'm not saying again that he cannot be, it's not that he can't be involved in any criminal activity. And chances are great that he was not, although he could have been, because they all grew up little mannish boys. And you try to tell these children of today, be very careful what you say on these public platforms, just like mine, because your words can come back to haunt you. Words are very important. And these people are using their creative minds. A lot of this stuff these people have not done. They may have seen some of this stuff they've done, but nobody who really do some of the stuff that these people sing about is doing that and don't expect to get caught. Because if they're doing that, then they're telling them they're doing it. And they're volunteering. But I don't believe that. I believe a lot of these people just have a vivid imagination, and they can put words together and they can make them rhyme, and they're beautiful. Now they might be saying some stupid stuff, and they may be saying some horrible stuff, but some of that stuff they actually witnessed as children. And you can't take that from them. That has been their lives. And they were able to take lemons and make lemonade. Hi, Moonchild. Glad you're here. It's just really disheartening to see what's going on. And I wish everybody in America would look at this. I don't care if you're not into rap and if you're not into children. You need to be into the process of this system, because you can see it right before your eyes. Nothing is right about what these people are doing. Starting off with having a jury pool of over 600 people because they're trying to try. At first it was about 28 people. Then it went down to about 13. Now it's 7 on this case, I believe. And each one of the attorneys for each one of the defendants, each one had to, through d'abord, and that's a French word, so I may not be saying d'abord right, but that's what they call it, is when they, hey, so Alicia, good to see you, is when they, and you know what? I think it's called voir dire. That's why it don't sound right to me. I made up a word. It's voir dire, not d'abord. That's why it sounded like it didn't sound right. Yeah, it just popped in my head. I've gone a couple of times. Didn't get chosen, but I did get to go through voir dire. But that's what it is. Voir dire is what they call it. So each one of the attorneys for each one of their defendants had to either approve or strike individuals because they're trying all of these cases together. And like I said, I truly believe these people are looking at TV shows and listening to these people that were on TV and just throwing some stuff together, and they just throwing it up against the wall, and whatever they think stick that they could get away with, that's what they're doing. And it's really sad and unfortunate. But I wanted to tell us a little bit about Mr. Williams. And I like rap. I like the beat. I don't necessarily like all the lyrics, but some of the lyrics I even like. So let's learn a little bit about Mr. Williams. Because what I want to just attempt to show is the way he's viewed by his attorney. And he's been his attorney for 10 years since he started getting in trouble. And what he says makes so much sense, whether it's real or imagined. I just want you to have an open mind, and let's just, if you got a thought or opinion about it, please share it, because I just think that we got to try to save these babies before they become men, or we're not going to have any, because there is a concerted effort to keep us from reproducing healthy children. And the healthier the mother is while she's carrying the baby, the more intellectual the child will be, because it has an opportunity to grow in its natural state. That's why when the animals have their babies, they come out doing what they do. A little bitty cub lion don't have to learn how to be a lion. They have to learn the skill of hunting, but they don't have to learn to be a lion. Oh, thank you, Alicia. That's so sweet. I appreciate you. Let's thank Alicia.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
And for my seasoned sisters who may see me and say, what in the world is she doing coming out the shower with a gown on? It was during the time when I was being bullied and harassed. And it was a couple of ladies on here who in their 50s. And they got angry with me for some reason. I didn't even know those ladies at that time. And they talked about how big I was and how nasty I was and how I couldn't even wipe my own behind and how I couldn't even walk and I was tied to a wheelchair. And then this gentleman said that I was stuck to my sheets and they had to roll me over to the left and roll me over to the right. I couldn't do anything for myself, and my sister was crazy for trying to help me. And so we had 2 ex-NBA players in this sector. One is Kwame Brown, and that's the one that inspired me to come on here, but he turned out not to be who he said he was. And then the other was Gilbert Arenas, and he turned out not to be who Kwame said he was. Gilbert was an excellent young man who tried to help us as a sector and to get us all to collaborate with one another. And they used to all roast. And so they were trying to get something together where everybody could make money roasting. I've never been a roaster, although I can roast. I didn't come here roasting. I came here sharing my life, my experience, my wisdom. And so that's what I do. And Gil tried everything he could to help this community, but like we do in the hood, we self-sabotage, and nobody wants to see anybody get ahead, and everybody think they're better than the other one, so nobody could come to a consensus and make it work. But his father was watching my show, and I had no clue. And we were on Uncle Shug's one night, and he came on, And that was the first time he'd ever came on, and we were all in awe and so happy and excited. And he told me he liked what I was doing. He loved my work. Keep up the good work. And these people went ballistic. I mean, they really literally started hating me. And for what reason, I don't know. But I'm grateful for him, because he also did something for me that I wouldn't have expected of a man that I didn't know. And that's to tell the bully to stop bullying. But of course, he wouldn't listen to anyone. So he did that for me, and I'm forever grateful. But Gilbert one time came on because he and Kwame played basketball together. So they're actually peers. They don't necessarily hang out, but they have a brotherhood that's not going to ever go away. So they talk about one another, but they do not hate one another. I know that Gilbert has a great human fondness for Kwame. And I know that Kwame has a great admiration for Gilbert. But it turns into anger at himself because he had the same opportunity and squandered it. And Gilbert made it successful. Even though he ran into some trouble in his younger days, he was driven to be who he is. And he's one of the great basketball players. Some may say he's not, but many say that he is. And so I'm not a sports fan, but I appreciated them both for what I knew of them. But Kwame was telling us how terrible he was, but he really wasn't. He was really here to try to help us grow, because he's grown 2 channels since then and doing great. His show is, we call it the greatest sports show on earth, Gilbert Arenas. It's Gil's Arena. And I have that, and I'll drop it in the chat, or one of y'all can drop it in the chat if y'all want to. I don't know if y'all into sports, but my sister is. Phyllis loves sports, and so she may not look at a talk show, and then she might, but she really loves the sports. And I love the talk show because I'm not into sports, but I like to hear about their lives. And some of them have remained successful, some of them are just maintaining, and some of them fell off, but they're still being men and father to their children, and doing things in the community and stuff like that. So I like, stuff like that, feel good stuff like that. And I like to hear when, somebody overcomes something, because we all fall short of other people's expectations and sometimes even our own. And so I think that when you put forth the effort, no matter how low you go, it's just your bottom. And if you try and get up and do it again, you never know where it'll take you. Or you'll know where you don't want to go, and you'll know. And so that's what I like about it. But anyway, Gilbert was making fun of Kwame, and he was showing him how to bathe, because he kept telling him he wasn't ever bathing. And so he got in his shower, and he had this big, beautiful, elaborate, glass walk-in with all of the sprinklers and all of that, and the bench and all that, and the sauna. But he had on a real nice sweatsuit, and he was showering to show him how to do it. And so when I celebrated my birthday, my sister, it wasn't a surprise. She blessed me greatly with the presidential suite at the Omni Hotel Dallas. And that's one of our newest 5-star hotels. And we got the suite and for my birthday. And 2 years ago. And so I decided to show the people who thought I couldn't walk and I was bound to a wheelchair in the bed, I decided to get in the shower and show them. And I, bent over. It's much longer than that. I just did that because one of the guys at the time who was in with the bully made the clip of me coming out at the shower at the end saying, "This is how we do it." And so I think he thought that embarrassed me, but I really try to tell people, you cannot embarrass me. I came here toothless, Tiger. I really came here toothless. And I really do have a beautiful set of teeth. I just don't wear them. And I'm not moved by how people think how I look and how I ought to look. I am who I say I am. And when I look in the mirror, I promise you, the most beautiful girl in the world is looking back at me. So I don't have no issues with me. and your thoughts of me. Although we all would like to be, thought of for the person that we are, but some people are not there. And if they don't see themselves as you see yourself, they're certainly not going to see you as anything better than what they see. And I understand that. And so I can live with those things. Thank you, So Alicia. Shout out to Gil, So Alicia said. She said, I remember those days. Yeah, we used to have some fun in those days. Gone are the days, but we make our own days now. We make them fun. That's what we do. As a people, we're resilient, and we always bounce back, no matter how bad it gets for us, individually or collectively. But it's got to be somewhere, y'all, where we got to get back into loving one another. And first, we got to start loving ourselves and realizing that most of us really don't. And then try to find out why we don't love ourselves. I really wish we could have some real conversations. But, a lot of people don't feel comfortable sharing in publicly. And I understand that. I truly do. Because you're taking a risk. These people go to lengths that you'll never believe once you start becoming vulnerable. But because I live so transparent and in a glass house, then shit, put it out there. It's out there. It is what it is. And I am who I say I am. So I change it not. So do what you need to do. I'm just going to keep on pushing and try to help somebody else find and help the little girl or the little boy inside of them. That's what I do for a living. I do that for pay, for free, in my sleep, when I'm awake. It doesn't matter. If I can say something or show you another way, then I promise you that's what I'll be found doing. I really will. But let's hear about Jeffrey, because right now it ain't about Toothless. It's about Jeffrey, because, again, I can't say this young man is not guilty of something. And he has been, I'm sure, locked up for some of the things that he's guilty of, or if not all. But I want to share this with you, and then I'm going to share an interview with his attorney, who I really think is a great man. I mean, or a great actor, whichever one. I bought off into what he's selling. And that's what it's all about. I got the information from the web and some from news channels and from other places. But the title of this video is The Young Thug Prosecution, A Quest for Justice or a Vendetta Unveiled. Young Thug, whose real name, and of course I can share this. This is really a beautiful story, to be honest. But we have so much hateration for self and others, we can't appreciate a good story, and that's unfortunate. Okay, Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, was born on August 16, 1991, in Atlanta, Georgia. He is the 10th of 11 children and grew up in the Jonesboro South Projects near Cleveland Avenue. His early life was challenging, marked by personal and family struggles. Despite these hardships, Young Thug found solace, and some people say solace, and expression in music. He began his music career in 2011. Releasing a series of mixtapes that started with I Came From Nothing. In 2013, he signed with Gucci Mane's, and that's Gucci Mane's, 1017 Records, and gained attention with his debut mixtape, 1017 Thug. Young Thug's unique vocal style and fashion sense have made him a notable figure in modern hip-hop and trap music. And he's often credited as a pioneer of the mumble rap genre. And that mumble rap is where you don't really understand nothing they saying. That's how they sound, and you don't know what they saying, but the kids be singing right with them, and they don't miss a beat. Young Thug's unique vocal style. Okay, I just read that. His mainstream recognition grew with singles like Stoner and Danny Glover, and his collaborations on tracks such as T.I.'s About the Money and Rich Gang's Lifestyle in 2014. Over the years, he has released several successful mixtapes. And albums, including Barter 6 and Slime Season series. And his debut studio album, So Much Fun, in 2019, which debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200. So, that was really a big deal. And this little guy came from nothing in the hood, like we all do. But he's just 31, y'all. Young Thug's influence extends beyond music. He's known for his distinctive fashion choices and has been involved in various philanthropic efforts. However, his career has also been marked by legal issues, which have brought him into the spotlight in different ways. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, I told y'all about it is rumored, and I do say it is rumored. I do not live in Atlanta. I don't know the ins and out of the rap world, but a lot of these people that be in these courtrooms while they're having the trial, a lot of those people do, and they be typing a lot of stuff. And it was said that Fonnie Willis was having a secret love affair with this little guy, and she had to be younger than this little guy because he was unalived at the age of about 26, and that was a few years back, and she's 52 or 3, bragging about she's not ashamed of nothing she's done, and her reputation doesn't need reclaiming. She's fine just the way she is. Sad. Well, this guy that she's supposed to have this relationship with is called Mr. Donovan Thomas. They call him Big Nut. Was a key figure in the case involving Young Thug. According to reports, Thomas was a senior ranking member of the Inglewood Blood Gang and was shot and killed outside a barbershop in 2015. The indictment against Young Thug includes the accusation that he rented a car used in the murder of Thomas. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, and maybe because they're youthful, they don't know any better, but who in their right mind would rent a car to go and shoot somebody? Now, I know they said the people did that in the mob when they come from out of town and go to another town. But you in your hometown? Makes no sense at all, but hey, what do I know? The case has garnered sufficient attention due to its implications and the high-profile nature of the individuals involved. The situation is further complicated by various allegations and rumors, including unproven claims about relationships between legal officials and gang members, which have been widely circulated but lack evidence. Well, that was the same with the DA and Nathan Wade. It was supposed to be a rumor until they were forced to tell the story. And then they didn't tell the truth. These elements contribute to the complexity of the case and the discussion surrounding it. It's important to note that these are allegations, and the legal process is ongoing to determine the facts of the matter. Young Thug has been at the center of several controversies throughout his career, both within and outside of his music. Here are some of the key issues that have surrounded him. Number one, legal issues. Young Thug has faced various legal challenges, including arrest and charges relating to drug possession, weapons violations, and more recently, allegations of gang activity and conspiring to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. And that's it until recently. So let's keep that in mind. This is the lady who brought the same act against educators. Use of lyrics in court. Number two. One of the most notable controversies involves the use of his lyrics as evidence in court. Legal experts have criticized this practice, arguing that it could be seen as a form of discrimination against rap artists, as their creative expression is taken literally and used against them in legal proceedings. Now, I don't know if y'all heard of the grunge music and things of that nature, where they was telling all of the children to unalive themselves, and the children were doing all of that kind of stuff. I don't know not one artist that they said that this was about ever been prosecuted for the lyrics in their songs, or the ones in the rock and roll era when they was telling them to take all of the different type of controlled substance that they were telling them to take, just like these kids are singing in their lyrics. Number three, public image and statements. Young Thug has attracted attention for his unique fashion sense, including wearing dresses, which has sparked discussions on gender norms and has sometimes led to homophobic reactions. Additionally, his lyrics have been criticized for allegedly inciting violence and misogyny. Number four, feuds with other artists. He has also been involved in public feuds with other artists, which have sometimes escalated into larger disputes within the hip-hop community. Number five, social media and public remarks. Young Thug's use of social media and some of his public remarks have also stirred controversy, leading to debates about the impact of his words and actions on his audience and the wider community. It is important to note that controversies can be complex and multifaceted, and the public's perception of these issues can vary widely. While some view certain actions as problematic, others may see them as a part of an artist's persona or creative freedom. As with any public figure, Young Thug's controversies contribute to the ongoing conversations about art, expression, and responsibility. And then on factsnet.com, I found this information. And it is Young Thug has been commended for his work ethic. Known for his dedication to his craft, Young Thug consistently releases new music and explores different sonic landscapes. He has a unique stage presence. Young Thug's energetic and captivating performances have solidified his reputation as a must-see live artist. He is known for his catchy hooks and memorable melodies. Young Thug's ability to create infectious hooks and memorable melodies has contributed to his success in the music industry. He has a strong presence on streaming platforms. Young Thug's music dominates streaming platforms, with millions of listeners streaming his songs worldwide. Young Thug has been influential in shaping the sound of modern trap music. His innovative approach to trap music has had a significant impact on the genre, inspiring a new wave of artists. In conclusion, and this is very important for us seasoned stars, because we have, well, I don't have any grandchildren of my own, but my niece that I call my daughter has children, and so those are considered my grandchildren. But I have nieces and nephews and friends with children and relatives with grandchildren. And we really need to kind of understand and comprehend what's going on so that we can help our children navigate through the times. You know how they say these is just the worst times in the world. But I believe every time period that children were growing, that's what the parents felt. Because every, day things are changing. And we're being introduced to new stuff. And it didn't just start happening now. So I think that, you may not like this music. You may not even want to hear this music. You probably can't stand this music. And that's okay. But it is always good to educate yourself if you're going to have a conversation with anybody. And the children of today, because a lot of them have no respect for us. A lot of us who sacrificed for them and have done many things for them, but because of where they are and what they've had to deal with on a daily basis, they can't see past their pain. We have to kind of listen and understand and hear what motivates and what gets their attention. And then we can also help them process that some of this stuff people are just saying and not doing, because nobody would be running around here talking about how many people they unalived on a record and think that they're going to stay free. That just doesn't happen. And a lot of the rappers and stuff do that. But if you listen to their lyrics, a lot of time it is rhyming, like poetry or poems, rhymes and riddles. That's what a lot of it is. But of course now they've made this music be the most alive music, not the R&B where people were actually making babies to music. Or, like I said, the hard rock and stuff where people were actually ODing off music. And the other grunge music and all of that where children were actually going sideways on the music, unaliving themselves and their parents and things of that nature. We have to be very mindful and don't let nobody just tell us this is this way and that's just what that is, because that's not. A lot of that's the way that now that we've found a way to overcome and to make it in an industry where we don't need to go to the labels and we can do everything ourselves and on these streaming platforms and everything. Now we have to be the worst people and creating the worst havoc in the world. And a lot of times the people that are actually behind doing us the way we're being done look exactly like us. And we think because they look like us, they would show more grace and more mercy. But what I've found in my observation of people, a lot of times they're only looking out for them and they're young. They're not looking out for your young. It's just like the lion, when he come up on a lioness and she just had some new cubs, they gotta go. They gotta go because he only wants his seed to reign on the plain. And that's the way these people are. They only want their children to have the best of the best. We're not entitled to it. And then we're steady running around here talking about what the Europeans doing. And trust me, they're doing their part. But they have a partner. And the partner looks like us. And more and more of us are waking up to that fact and seeing things the way they really are. And I would really hope that people in Atlanta would start looking at what's happening and the money that these people are wasting and spending, and see that they do not have their best interests at heart, and vote for somebody that might, if they're going to vote. You really got to do your homework. It's almost like being in school. And again, if you cannot read, you can get it on this internet and it will read it for you. Your phone, your computer will read for you. You just got to ask the question. No matter how crazy it sounds, how silly it sounds, do it anyway. And just see what happens. Young Thug, known for his unique style and genre-defying music, has become one of the most influential figures in the music industry today. With his unconventional fashion sense, catchy melodies, and innovative approach to hip-hop, Young Thug has captivated audiences worldwide. Throughout his career, Young Thug has continuously pushed boundaries and challenged traditional norms, earning him a devoted fan base and a critical acclaim. Whether it's his chart-topping hits or his collaborations with other prominent artists, Young Thug has proven his versatility and ability to adapt to different styles and sounds. As we continue to witness Young Thug's rise to superstardom, one thing is certain. He is an artist who consistently pushes the boundaries of creativity and is here to stay. And that's what these people have a problem with. Because it may not be true that this lady and that man didn't have a relationship. I don't know. That could be just as made up as anything else. But imagine the way this case is going, the jokes, the follies. Imagine if it's truth to that. Imagine a young man who's been locked up for 2 years, not allowed bond. And from what they're saying, I don't know if it's true, but another content creator reported on it, and they didn't know if it was true, but they've heard it. That one of the reasons that he yarned a lot in the courtroom and nod a lot is because they won't cut his lights off. At night, they cut his lights on right over his head so that he can't sleep. And of course, that's a violation of the Constitution under the cruel and unusual punishment and holding him without bond. But they're saying he's a flight risk and he's intimidation of witnesses. Regina said, I must admit, I don't know much about Jeffrey, aka Young Thug, and I have not been following the trial. I hadn't either, Regina, until one day I saw somebody and then I started looking at it, and now I can't wait for it to come on. They were supposed to go to court on Saturday because that lady, Miss Love, is 50 times worse than funny. And they lie and they get caught in their lies, and they don't give them Brady discovery. It's a lot of discovery they haven't given. And then they try to backdoor and get stuff in that the judge has ruled out. And I've never seen, and this probably happened, and I done seen some hell of a trials, but I've never seen people that don't answer motions, they do PowerPoint presentations. And you know, I just have never seen nothing like this in my life. I really haven't. And then Fonnie's office, everybody's laughing and making videos about it. I talked about it the other day, where her investigator is trying to hit on one of the women that they want to put on blast. For throughout the trial, they couldn't show her face. And immediately when they dismissed her, they showed the video with her face all over it. And, you know, they keep telling them it's not illegal to make hand gestures. It's not illegal to belong in a gang. If it was, a lot of them is going to be mixed. The little AKAs and the NAKNAs and the Deltas and the Weltas and the Omegas and the Smegas, and all of them are going to be lined up under their RICO charge. The key is that you can't commit crimes. And RICO was done for the crimes that most people don't see. They're white collar. And normally they are trafficking and in laundering money, embezzlement, things of that nature. And of course, the other real criminal aspect of unaliving people is a part of it. But they got these young men who said that they were a record label all this time, went to prison on their own crimes, did their time, and they came back and got these men, because they kept committing crimes, and said that, okay, we're going to give you this amount of time. But if you tell us something about Jeffrey, then we're going to let you go. And so they all did what people call snitching. They all started telling stories. And this one young fella said he would have said anything to get back to his child. So, you know, but it's really, 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 really horrible. And everybody, if you don't get to look at it every day like myself, try to look at it some point or another. This case is crazy. And so here we're going to go with my first video is his attorney. And I'm just grateful that he's able to hire an attorney. And this is, he has two attorneys. He has a European and then he has an Asiatic male that is awesome. Both of these men together, they are truly working for this young man. At least that's what I believe. It could all be a facade, but that's what I believe. So here we go. Let's hear from Mr. Steve.
Thank you so much for making time for us today. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You know, let's start off with the national conversation. We are sitting down today with Brian Steele. Thank you so much for making time for us today. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You know, let's start off with the national conversation that's happening right now about rap lyrics, whether they should be allowed in courtrooms during cases and whether they should not be. We know New York is having this discussion, Fulton County is having this discussion, you know, LA, so many courtrooms nationwide. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't believe that unless the lyric has a direct relation to the supposed crime on trial, and there's evidence to support that, the fact that somebody has created words that are in a song or in a book or in a movie, they should not be judged by their work, performance, because that's storytelling. So the problem I really have with the lyrics from rap music throughout our country and right here in Fulton County is we don't do that with other types of entertainment or artistry. And that's really my problem, because to me, rap music has been birthed by the struggle of the inner city, poverty-stricken, oftentimes people of color. And why are we targeting that group rather than a writer who talks about a killing or drug dealing? Or how about the white songwriters?
Why does rap music oftentimes feel like it's on trial as a genre?
It seems like it's racist to me. Because otherwise, I have no idea. I don't know why other forms of violent lyrics in country music or in rock and roll, they don't seem to get this type of attention.
Where do the lines blur when it comes to lived reality and that storytelling that we speak of? Because that's something that's also argued is like, okay, is this someone's personal diary, or is this them telling a story from a lens that they're storytelling through?
Unless there's direct evidence or circumstantial evidence that's credible and that's competent in a courtroom, this is storytelling. Otherwise, if you look at it the other way, it's going to have a chilling effect on creativity.
When you got the call to represent Young Thug, as an attorney, what was going through your mind at that time?
And I'm concerned with a human being who's wrongly charged. And I've had the pleasure of defending Mr. Williams for approximately a decade, maybe a little more. So to me, I know his family. I've defended him in courtrooms multiple times. I knew right away that he's been targeted for 10 years by the prosecution. So my feeling was exactly what I said, that this is a wrong prosecution and I will defend him.
What do you feel like he's being targeted, or he has been targeted for a decade?
Every time it's a bad stop by the police officer. It's a unlawful search warrant. It is some charges that there were multiple people there and he had nothing to do with it. So how many times do you have to be wrongly prosecuted till you realize that he's being wrongly targeted?
How hopeful is he right now in conversations? We did hear the video that he made to his fans during a concert where he directly talked to his fans. But how is he doing right now with everything that he's going through?
He's an amazing person who comes from hunger and poverty and lack of opportunity. He's extremely strong and he's getting stronger every day now.
The indictment received new charges recently. Is that new evidence that came about? Where did the 6 new counts come from?
On the day of Mr. Williams' arrest, which is going to be Monday, May 9, 2022, law enforcement officers execute a search warrant on the home that he stays in. He stays in many homes. And in that home, allegedly, there was marijuana found, codeine found, and guns. One gun, a supposed machine gun. That's the allegations. There were several people. I don't remember the exact number, 8, 10, 12 people in the home at that time. There's multiple people in and out of the house other than Mr. Williams. So what law enforcement officers did was they then charged Mr. Williams with these additional crimes. As you said, the indictment was already out, and now the prosecutor just added those charges to this indictment.
And with the charges that are listed, which are, very serious, you're saying your client is completely innocent.
Mr. Williams is wrongly charged on every single count. I think that a person like Jeffrey Williams is a hero, not a criminal. And January 2023, all of that will be told.
Can you give us examples of his community service and commitment to his community?
He's done multiple concerts. He donates every single penny to the inner city. He has come to relief of cities and communities that have been devastated by whatever it is, violence or some sort of flooding or whatever. He'll put on a concert and donate all the money to those communities. He has brought into communities open house. Just go to the store. They will give you all of your food and your clothing and the children's back to school needs. He's come into communities with hundreds of pairs of shoes. Just show up and then find the shoes that fit you. He has given jobs to people only in the inner communities. He'll only hire from the inner communities in his studios or his rap label. He has promoted and hired and signed artists only from the inner cities to do rap. And he has gone to children and not only sponsored the cheerleading and the football team and the basketball team and the baseball team, but he goes and explains to them, don't be a rapper. Go to school and go get a degree and be a professional. And he tells everyone that. There's this young man named Corey Jackson, Corey J. If you ever Google him, you will see what Mr. Williams does. He does it countless times, where he takes a child who's basically homeless and their family, and he doesn't want any credit. And that young man today goes around our country. He's 15. He goes around our country and he tells people, hustle doesn't mean sell drugs. Hustle means get up every day, put on clean clothing as best you can. Let's get an education. This is what you do with your money then. If you're ever lucky enough to get money, don't gamble it away, invest it.
Tell us about how important it was to hear Corey J's personal experience with Young Thug in the courtroom, that heartfelt message that he shared.
That's just Mr. Williams. I could bring countless people like that. This is just Mr. Williams. When you're dealing
And you
with,
fought for Corey to be heard. I remember, you know, the judge was like, hey, is this a different kind of voice that we haven't heard yet? You were like, let the kid talk. Like, you know, if he can have an opportunity to be heard, let him get up on the stand and to be heard. How important was that to you?
it's important because the court is hearing the prosecutors say that Mr. Williams is in charge of a criminal street gang, and by his word, people can die. That's basically what he's saying. And that's just not true. So I thought that everybody that we put up at that bond hearing is important for the court to know about and a jury to know about.
Why is Mr. Williams so relatable to the youth in Atlanta?
Because he is the hope. And he's trying to get others out of poverty. That's his mission in life.
I think that's one of the things that people miss when you are what you say you are. You came from nothing, and now you're somebody that everybody loves. And now you have the means to help somebody else. In our community, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. Either way, you be damned. So you have to go with your own conscience. And if you're not hurting anybody and not allowing anybody to hurt you, then no harm is done. And he has done things. And he has gone through the process. But what's going on here is really a travesty. And everybody should be upset about it. And most people don't think that affects them until it's knocking on their door. But if it's knocking at one of our doors, trust me, they're coming to all of our doors with whatever it is. Let's continue.
What are the negative connotations that comes with being a rapper that may not always reflect who the rapper is?
For people like you who are informed, people in the rap industry, it's show business. It's an act. They are performers. So, and they're performing all the time, much like, I guess, professional wrestlers. We don't even know their real names. They're performing all the time. That's not the human being, though. That's not, them with their family members or with their community members. That's what you're asking. So for people who say, there's a tweet, Young Thug, that says it all, those people are really misinformed, and I expect that they will change their opinion if they're interested in learning come January 2023. Because Jeffrey Williams is a father, he is a son, he is a genius, and he committed none of these crimes.
When he in a courtroom is being called King Slime, that the allegations of YSL is connected to, according to prosecution, street gang activity, of crime, of felonies, of all these different things. Tell us about what the next few months really means to you.
We spend every day working our case and putting it into a ability with witnesses to tell a truthful story. And the prosecution's theory will not hold up in court because the truth will come out.
Do you feel like nationwide there should be a standard on lyrics in courtrooms, or should it be handled state by state?
I think it should be handled case by case. And much like the Honorable United States Congressman Hank Johnson just presented a bill to Congress, and he gives a criteria on when a lyric can be used in a courtroom. And that's what it should be. It should be that it should never be used in a courtroom unless the prosecution can show that that lyric is a admission or confession. If the right verdict is rendered, it would show that prosecutors should back off targeting people who defeated the odds against them and put them in the right context. These people are doing good for the community.
When you saw the petition for Protect Black Art, what came to your mind?
It's sad that we even need a petition to protect black art. I can't believe that in 2022, this is where we are in our country. However, with that being said, it's a good thing. And people have to realize that we are discriminating when we go after a certain type of music. It is wrong to do. Rap music helps our community. And if you don't like it, don't listen to it. But that's for everybody. That's why it's America.
When was the first time that you met Young Thug? You said you've been representing him for 10 years now?
I believe that's an approximation, but yeah, it's probably true. I'm really proud of him. You know, I know his whole family. I know his brothers and sisters. I know his children. And to see all of his work, he's a workaholic. He will stay 48 hours, 72 hours in a studio and just continually write. He's constantly helping other artists. Jeffrey Williams gets it. He gets it that people need help, and he's in a position, fortunately for him, where he can help other people until recently.
For someone like him who does mean so much to his community that he came up out of, why is he under attack? Why is he being targeted?
He's like the easy target. So if somebody gets arrested and gets in trouble and they want a deal, law enforcement officers are all too eager to say, well, tell us about Mr. Williams. Is he involved in this? What do you know about him? That's the problem with this case. It's coming from the word of people who are getting deals to say, yeah, he was there, or I saw him around, or he gave the order, or I heard from someone else he gave the order. That's what this case is about. You're not going to hear any confession of Jeffrey Williams.
So every time there is a potential link to anything, his name comes up.
But when you target a human being who's so well known, you make it so easy for the other person to say, oh, you mean I could be released from this location that I don't want to be? All I have to say is, I know something about Jeffrey Williams. That's pretty scary.
Coming up,
Okay. So that is Mr. Williams through his attorney. Now, one of his best friends, I want y'all to hear how he changed overnight. Yeah, it is. It's all because of her. Yeah, it is. Nobody will make me believe different. It's all of this stuff is just some stuff that she's doing. She wants to be somebody. I don't know who and what. But she wants to be in Congress, or she wants to be a lobbyist, or she wants her own TV show, or she wants fortune and fame. And she's abusing government monies. So it appears that is inconsistencies in a report. She has not been convicted in any court of law, and we all are presumed innocent until proven guilty. But as far as her record keeping, the math is not mathing. And I can say that with uncertainty, or with certainty, not uncertainty. I don't know how she's going to come out, but that's what they found so far in what she has presented to Congress and what they have been able to investigate. So we do know that there are several presumptions, and like I said, I guess next time I'll let us know the presumptions, and if we don't know that that's what's presumed, some of them are not in our favor. And presuming to be innocent is supposed to be in our favor, but it doesn't seem like it. But this is where they said he got the 7 additional charges. Let me stop that till I'm ready to play it. I hope I didn't. I may have to try to take that other little music out. It wasn't long, but it may have been too long. We don't want to infringe upon anybody's copyrights.
Continuing our coverage of a major story out of Atlanta, rapper Young Thug is facing 7 new felony charges tonight. These charges mean a second and separate case from the Young Slime Life gang RICO case that he was arrested for on Monday. Hope Ford joins us with what this means for his legal troubles. Hope?
Well, this case could be folded into the RICO indictment, but it would mean the RICO case would need to be re-indicted to incorporate the new charges. And right now, experts tell me what would happen if all of those charges were presented to a jury.
New accusations against rapper Young Thug stemming from a raid at his Buckhead home. Now he's charged with additional drug offenses, gang activity, and possession of weapons. He's facing 2 separate criminal cases, 2 charges from the RICO case and 7 charges in the latest legal action. In the RICO indictment, Thug is accused of several criminal acts, and attorney Daryl Cohen says they help strengthen the attempted murder and possession charges.
When and if this goes to a trial by jury, and it'll be a long trial if that happens, we're not talking a day or 2 or a week, probably a month or 2. One by one, the jury may say, okay, well, this is not a big deal. But wait a minute, we take this and we add this to it, we add this to it, it makes it a big deal.
Cohen says looking at the indictment in the RICO case shows Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis crafted a building block of charges
that shows an entire story of gang violence, whether it's RICO that they've alleged, terroristic threats, all these things come into play, and they're not by themselves. They add on one by one.
And prosecutors would use smaller offenses to strengthen their case to a jury.
And as you go higher, the other little things add up to it because you're looking for the major.
And the judge in this new case considered the rapper a flight risk and denied bond. Young Thug is still waiting for a bond hearing in the RICO case. His lawyer says the rapper is innocent and not responsible for any type of crime.
Continuing
Consider him a flight risk, and his whole life is there in Atlanta. Yes, ma'am. That would be her. And so we saw that one. Let's go to our next.
Developing right now. Jury selection continues.
This is when they were trying to select the jury. His attorney thought they would be in court by January 23, but they didn't end up in court until about January 24, because it took them, I think, 8 to 11 months to pick the jury. You're talking about a real true waste of taxpayers' money, and the taxpayers are not livid. And she's talking about she's interested in gangs. That's what's so sad. She's talking about she's going after the gangs and she's interested in the gangs. But when she got the money allocated for the gangs, she hasn't opened up the facility that she got the $488,000 for, nor did she have any pre-programs to prevent the children from going to jail. But it's all about the children and the gangs. We know that can't be true. Not her, nor the sheriff, who pride themselves in saying they're constitutional officers because they feel that they can go to their commissioners, ask for monies for things they say they need, and then when they get the money say, oh, well, can't nobody tell me what to do because I'm a constitutional officer. And the people don't know that she's getting this kind of money. The people are not voting, the commissioners are. And all they know is she's supposed to have money to put back into the community to try to ward off some of this stuff. But it seems perpetuated, in my opinion. And I thank goodness that we're in a place where today we still have an opinion that we can voice.
Selection continues in the high-profile gang trial of Young Thug. We were there today as hundreds of potential jurors gathered inside the Fulton County Courthouse. Channel 2's Michael Seiden live right now outside that courthouse where you've been covering this trial for days, Michael.
Yeah, George, I was on the 7th floor. That's where those potential jurors are getting ready to wrap up the video portion of this. Then they'll get a chance to answer 250 questions that are on that jury questionnaire. Some of those questions, have you heard of Lil Wayne or Birdman? Also, have you posted anything about this trial on your social media account?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
The Chief Superior Court Judge Ural Glanville greeting hundreds of Fulton County residents, some of whom could serve on the jury that will eventually decide the fate of hip-hop superstar Young Thug. Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, joined 13 of his co-defendants Thursday, sitting in the same room right across from the potential jurors who spent most of the day glued to a monitor, where they watched a recorded video of the judge reading the entire 95-page indictment. Then the potential jurors filled out a questionnaire, answering more than 250 questions, including, do you have an opinion about a person who has head and neck tattoos? Do you have an opinion about a person who has dreadlocks or tattoos? Wears jewelry, baggy pants or hoodies, or flashes guns, cash or gang sign? Do you or anyone you know own any Slime Life paraphernalia? Williams is accused of being one of the founders of the criminal street gang Young Slime Life, or YSL. Prosecutors claim YSL is an affiliate of the National Bloods gang and is responsible for murders, armed robberies, and assaults that occurred between January 2015 and May of 2022. The defendants preparing to stand trial have entered pleas of not guilty, their attorneys claiming that YSL is a record label and clothing line. So those jurors, they will wrap up tonight. Then guess what? Another 200 jurors will be here tomorrow. Same process all over again. Then next week, we'll start seeing cuts to this jury pool. They're hoping to have a jury picked by the end of February. And then once that jury is seated, the judge says this trial could last up to a year. We'll stay on top of this. For now, we are live in downtown Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
We have more details now on the case involving Young Thug and Young Slime Life. Last May, Young Thug and 27 others were arrested and charged in a sweeping gang indictment. 8 people have pleaded guilty so far. On December 14th, co-defendant Gunna was released from jail after he took a plea deal. 6 other defendants will be tried separately.
So what they've done, they've gotten all these guys who know that this was a record label. Now they said that it evolved into a gang. And so now they're all saying that this is a gang so that they could get probation and plea deals, and they got out of jail. All of these guys who did, the Ghana guy, I don't think he did any of this stuff here. They were just very, very, very close. But everybody, of course, calling everybody now a snitch because they're saying that they know this and they know that. And one of the main characters is the guy who says that he was actually he was one of the leaders who started the group. And he's really been interested on the witness stand, and he's really a pretty good witness for himself. But what we did know is that he's been actually working with the police all along. And I don't know if he's been like an informant or anything, but whenever he gets in trouble. Now, where I have a problem with this situation is that the man that's his attorney is Fonnie Willis's mentee. And he say he see her, you know, he's great. And I don't know if he's going to say it in this one because I've looked at so many. I done mixed some of them up. But I want y'all to hear him because when he first was being brought the story, he definitely was not for what they were selling. But then they decided to hold him in jail without the possibility of a bond. And then the story started changing when they was telling him the time they was going to give. And this is based on their crimes back in 2013, 14, 15, 16. But now they're putting it together saying that he was the person that told them to commit all of these robberies and things that they were doing. All of them was into the using the drugs, but Thug is the one that had the money. But these guys were just regular, everyday guys that, you know, he knew before he made it. It's really, really, really sad to see how they do us and pit us against one another. And then, I don't know, these people in these chats, they're like, they all want something to happen to people. They be talking about, oh, this is snitching, he gonna get this and he gonna get that. And I'm like, why don't these people be quiet? I mean, people are just trying to live and save themselves. I understand that. But it's really disheartening to see what the tactics that these people use, that people feel they have to do these things. That's just like they said, how innocent people are pleading guilty because of the time they're throwing at them. And then those Goon 6, the one I did the story on with the guys from Mississippi, they went to state court this last week or this week, and they got their time. And it's amazing. The judge, they were happy, but they wanted more time. But they were just happy that they gave them time. He gave them all. Well, he gave 4 of them actually 15 years on one count, 5 years on another, $1,000 fine to the victims, like trust account, $5,000 to like the county, and 431 court costs that they will have to pay by 2 years upon their release. And so they got 20 and 40 years in federal prison. So the state prison time, I was a little disappointed, but after I heard the lawyers being excited, well, they weren't really excited, but they were just happy to know in the first time in history in the state of Mississippi that the police were given time, not only for Asiatic people, but for Europeans and the like, any people. They have never, ever, ever been reprimanded, let alone taken to jail and given time. But he gave them, like I said, the 20 years and those fines. And then he gave one 25 years and I think it was 10 years, and the other one he gave 20 years and 20 years. But they run concurrent, and then they run concurrent to their federal charges. And that's the only thing that I really didn't like, that he didn't stack them like they do us. They ran them concurrent. So they all run at the same time. So the one that's got the 40 years state time, but he got 40 years federal time. So if that would have been one of our sons, it would have been 80 years, because they'd have made him do each one of them separate, but they ran them concurrent. And like they said, the best thing is that they actually got the convictions, and the judge didn't accept the plea, because the plea deal was for less of time, but the judge wouldn't accept them, and he imposed those sentences. So we can be excited about that. But here is one of his best friends, and I want y'all to just see how, to me, they used him as they've done everybody. Okay, here we go.
It's in the gang crackdown involving rapper Young Thug. Police arrested more than 24 people, including the artist, and accused them of running a violent gang. We were in court today as a judge denied bond for another man accused of being a co-founder of that gang, known as YSL. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie with us live outside the Fulton County Courthouse. And Mark, you were able to have that exclusive interview with Walter Murphy just before he surrendered earlier this month.
Yeah, more than 24 defendants in the YSL case, but Walter Murphy stands out for what is alleged about his role in YSL's founding, along with two others, including Young Thug, and for what he told us before his surrender.
We believe he is one of the co-founders of the YSL criminal street gang.
After the judge's bond ruling against Walter Murphy, a defendant in the YSL case,
I'm going to deny bond at this point in time.
his lawyer, Jacoby Hudson, admits he went off.
He's changed, Judge. He's crying. He's doing the right thing.
The defense lawyer says Murphy's situation is tied to a high-profile co-defendant in the YSL case, to the gang and RICO conspiracy charges against famous rapper Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, whose lawyer Brian Steele has said
Mr. Williams committed no crime whatsoever.
The whole case is about Jeffrey, Young Thug, Jeffrey Lamar Williams. That's who they want. My client don't want to talk about Jeffrey Williams.
A prosecutor with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office says Hudson was told if Murphy cooperated with the DA's office, the office would cooperate with him. Routine in such cases. Hudson says he acknowledges before Walter Murphy, who surrendered on the YSL racketeering conspiracy indictment, went to prison in 2016.
I did my time like a man.
He was a bad dude.
He was messed up in 2012 and 13 and 15, but he has since changed.
The purpose of count one is to hold the defendants responsible collectively.
The YSL RICO conspiracy count alleges acts by Murphy, including an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on or about September 11, 2013, an attempted murder involving 4 different victims on or about April 12, 2015. Hudson says Murphy had been charged in those incidents years ago, and he pled guilty in what's known as an Alfred plea, basically to reduce charges, and until his surrender had been out on parole since early this year. We spoke to Murphy when he was free.
I spent 7 years in prison. While I was in prison, I stayed out the way. And I just got my GED, completed all my classes, completed the transition center. I transitioned back into the world. I got me a job at the transition center.
A prosecutor says a victim in one of the incidents in Murphy's past lost part of his head in the shooting. Hudson says Murphy was present, not the trigger man, in the shooting of a man who lost part of his head.
He has an extensive criminal history.
Defense lawyer Hudson acknowledges the pleas he worked out to Murphy's earlier cases, one negotiated and one non-negotiated, were sweet deals, but he maintains Murphy made the most of them. And since his release has not associated with YSL and has held a steady job.
Change his tone and change his life.
Now, Hudson says he plans to file a reconsideration of the bond in 90 days. He says he believes Judge Ural Glanville will give the reconsideration fair consideration. The DA's office says the whole case isn't about Young Thug, that it's about a gang called YSL and its illegal acts, including violence that terrorized the city. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
We know Mark will be there for every step of the way. Now, the
my mind is almost telling me that she's mad because Thug didn't want her. I don't know this stuff. That wasn't the one that I wanted. I had seen it in somebody else's video, and I just went and Googled it. And I had a longer version, but I can't find it. Like I said, I've been looking at so many Young Thug things, and then I got to be careful to make sure I don't have the ones with the music in it and stuff for copyright purposes. So, but he was telling them that this woman was his mentor and he was her mentee. And I just thought that was something awful. That would be the guy that's representing him. And then, you know, I showed y'all the other day the YSL Mondo. She represented him in 2019. Now, he's supposed to be one of the founders of YSL. So how is it that he's not involved in the RICO case? So my theory is, and this is just my theory, that, you know, she was upset about the secret supposedly lover of the guy that was no longer with us, Nut. And then she vowed to get back. And she had the opportunity. She became that guy's attorney to get all the inside scoop that she needed. And then all of a sudden, she just represented him in 2019. Now all of a sudden, she's going out, and he said he saw it on the news that she was going after YSL, but he's not named in the indictment. So how in the Sam Houston do they really care about the gang and the gang leaders and the gang activities when YSL Mondo is not in there? And I'm not trying to talk him up on being in there. I'm happy for him that he's not a part of it. But if he was a part of the leadership and they said that Thug told everybody what to do, how did he escape this RICO? Is something not adding up? Regina said, Fonnie appears to be a person that abuses their position and also is a bully. She is an awful person. Yes, she is. And then she talking about she doesn't like bullies. Well, we know you don't like yourself because you are a bully. Everything she does display bully behavior. It just doesn't make sense. So, I just kind of wanted to show, they were supposed to have court on, when was that? Saturday. But they didn't come on, and I thought they were going to come on, but they didn't come on TV. So I don't know if they really had the court or not, but they were supposed to have Saturday court because the judge said they keep messing up. And like this attorney, this woman who's worse than Fonnie could ever be, this prosecutor, Adrian Love, she is horrific. And then this one guy who's YSL somebody, Gotti or somebody, I believe that I don't know if he's the one or one of the YSL guys was going with a Fulton County sheriff. And so he got busted in her car. He's riding around. And she ended up going to a prison. And the last one I'm going to show you guys is this attorney who they arrested him from the courtroom. And listen to what happened to this man. I mean, these people are treacherous.
In a back room at the YSL RICO trial in Atlanta.
These people are treacherous. Yeah, they treacherous. Bees. I don't know how no rapper or no entertainer live in Atlanta. Because this could happen to anybody. I'm talking anybody. And I know this is something that most of us wouldn't probably be interested in. But I think what we should be paying attention to is the injustice. The injustice of it all. And if it happened to these young men, it could happen to us. But listen to this one. This one was just really scary.
Week in the YSL RICO trial down there in Fulton County, Georgia, and we're still in jury selection. Testimony in this trial hasn't even begun. Jury selection with all of these defendants, with so many of them, is going to take some time in this case. Rodalius Ryan is that defendant who was hauled out of the courtroom on Wednesday of this week. Sheriff's deputies said they found marijuana sewn into his boxer shorts. Now, after that chaos on Wednesday, the next day, attorney Anastasios Menetas, who represents Miles Farley in the YSL RICO case, he was arrested as he arrived for court, taken into custody. Deputies said Menetas brought prescription drugs to court that were not in the original container. He was charged with obstruction, disrupting court proceedings, and simple battery. That simple battery charge was later dismissed. And all of this actually led to Miles Farley's case being severed from the cases of all of those other defendants, including Young Thug, the rapper, whose legal name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams. Joining me to discuss the very latest in this case, including his client Miles Farley getting a bond, is Anastasios Menetas. Anastasios, thanks for joining us. It's been a crazy week, as I mentioned, in this trial, and we're only in jury selection. So bring us up to speed on the very latest. First off, with your client being given a bond.
Well, yes, thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm thrilled. Miles just got a bond today from Judge Glanville. It's a pretty high amount, so we got to really work on it. But yeah, he was granted a bond. It was our fourth time requesting bond. So yeah, I guess fourth time's a charm.
And it's interesting and important because earlier this week, when things were happening in the courtroom, your client's case was actually severed from the others in this RICO case.
Yeah, that's right. We did our bond hearing on Monday. The judge seemed to be receptive, but he didn't want to make up his mind yet. He took it under advisement, which means he's not going to rule now, but sometime, within the next 10 days. We had the next day off. The day after that was the incident in court where there was a bit of a disruption and we just go home. So we didn't get the decision that day. And then the next day, I was just wrongfully accused by the deputies of something and actually arrested and confined the entire day. I've just got out last night and then was summoned by the judge today to have some type of hearing about Mr. Farley, my client, in the alleged YSL RICO case. And then that's just moments ago. He was granted a bond with some special conditions. And so now we're severed off of the case. Mr. Farley is going to have his own trial separately. And so we'll have to wait until this first trial is done So we'll still have Judge Glanville as a judge, and at some point he'll begin our trial when this RICO trial is done, the one that we were severed from. And then now also Miles will have a bond, and so if he can come up with the bond money, although it's a lot, it's $625,000, and with the way the bonding companies work in the Atlanta area, we're going to have to come up with something like 75,000 to satisfy what the bonding companies want and the surcharges. And then he also needs to wear an ankle monitor, have to give the address of where he lives, and only leave for work, school, and medical emergencies. And he also has a curfew, and he needs to stay away from certain areas that the state requested because they're going to plan to allege that those areas have some kind of gang activity going on, but they haven't proven anything yet.
That is a hefty bond. So I'll be interested to see if you are able to come up with that. You mentioned, the incident involving you at this courthouse. Right. This happened on Thursday, where you were arrested, taken into custody because you had some medications that were not in a prescription bottle. So tell us a little bit about what happened.
Yeah, what happened is I'm prescribed 3 medications, by my doctors, and I currently do take those medications. I need to have them on me, so they're in my work bag. I had 2 of the original containers, and the pills for the 3rd medication, some of them I had put in one of those containers because the pill bottle for that one is quite large, and I just thought it was hefty. And it's notable that here in Georgia, you don't even have to have them in the original container or one separate container at all. So if you're prescribed a medication by your doctor, like I am for everything that was in my bag, then you could have had them just wrapped up in one Ziploc bag or aluminum foil, and that would be lawful. So there was no unlawful activity whatsoever. So I feel like I was, somehow targeted by the state in this case. I don't know why, but it comes during this week of me having the bond hearing where I said certain things, and then some chaos going on in court. So it's kind of a high temperature environment this entire week, and it just culminated in, I don't know what happened. I guess they sort of lost their cool and wanted to, do something to me and did this.
Now it's interesting that you're saying that you were prescribed these medications in Georgia. You can carry them without the bottle, which is interesting. So was this a misunderstanding?
I mean, you'd have to ask maybe the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department, because I don't see how it could be a misunderstanding. The law is so clear. So had law enforcement had any basic knowledge of the law, they would have known right away that I wasn't violating anything. And further, they didn't even bother to wait for me to try to explain. They didn't call my doctors. They didn't allow me to have it tested or anything like that. And they just jumped to conclusions. And even worse, they charged me with a felony. So I'm getting a little taste of what I see day in and day out with my clients, of just these trumped up charges, these overcharged cases. So they took it even one step further. Not only did they wrongfully try to accuse me of having pills not in their original container, which is not a crime in Georgia, they accused me of violating a controlled substance statute just because a couple of the pills of one bottle were a different dose than what the bottle says. And that was only because, as often happens, my doctor changed the dose a couple months ago, and then I left a couple of the old dosage in there, but they're the same medication and they're only off by 5 milligrams. And because the pills are a different color, they tried to say that, well, that's a controlled substance and that's illegal for you to even have that at all. And because the pill bottle says 15 milligrams, that you had a 10 milligram one of the same type, and because it's a controlled substance, then you're now in violation of the Controlled Substance Act, which is a felony. Pretty serious, but I'm not afraid. I have a great attorney, Mr. Brian Tevis, and I'm innocent, didn't do anything wrong. It's so obvious. So, I'm not worried, but it's just an example of what they do to people. So to your question, that would be something like in court that I'm sure, it's like speculation. How am I to get in their head and ask myself, why did they do this? But I can look at the circumstances and say that I don't think they're ignorant of it. I think maybe they knew what they were doing, or, I don't know. So, I don't know how they organize their things. I don't know how they make charging decisions, but that's what happened. And so I guess I can leave it to your audience based on the circumstances to, also speculate about why they did that, especially in the context of everything going on this week and the bond hearing and the things that I said in that bond hearing.
Now, there was a simple battery charge that you had faced, but that charge was later dismissed. You were accused of, I guess, doing something with a sheriff's deputy, brushing up against him. Tell us a little bit about that.
So yeah, that's just more of the same. So they've already done this unlawful detention on me. They're already accusing me of something I didn't do without any investigation. And I'm in handcuffs completely. I turn around, I let them put the handcuffs on me. I don't resist at all. And then a colleague of mine says, throw me your phone. And I did want him to throw him my phone, not because I have anything in there to hide, but that is my attorney phone that I have sensitive information about my clients, their medical information. They had already violated my medical rights and privacy. So who knows what they're going to do? There's confidential stuff in that phone they're not allowed to see, but that wasn't my main concern. My main concern was I knew that everybody would be talking about me going to jail. I knew that people such as yourself would talk about it and that my clients would see that. And they did. Some of my clients are very concerned. They're concerned for their own case, obviously, and their advocacy. But, I have pretty close relationships with my clients. So they're also just worried for me in general. And had someone not had my phone while I was in jail, I couldn't continue my business and communicate with my clients because I don't have anywhere else where their numbers are stored. And now my phone is getting all these texts about, are you okay? Is my case still okay? Are we still good for court in a couple weeks? And then especially why I'm afraid is because the Fulton County Jail is really disorganized right now and really backlogged. If it wasn't for my attorney, Mr. Tevis, I don't know when I would have really gotten out. I recently had a client who was detained unlawfully. She's pregnant. She's 7 months pregnant. There's a suspended license case that she resolved in traffic court, but because the state didn't take the warrant out of the system, she's pulled over during a traffic stop, and they think she missed court, even though she didn't miss court because there was no court to miss. The case was resolved. And she spent about 4 days in there. And that's when the family got me involved and said, what's going on? So I worried about a nightmare scenario like that. So for even a day to go by without me communicating with my clients would be a catastrophe. And so I tossed my phone to my colleague. And because I tossed it while my hands were tied behind my back, because I got the phone out of my pocket with one of my handcuffed hands, it touches on the bulletproof vest of one of the captains. And it was wild. I could tell they were just like sharks circling me. They just couldn't wait. It was crazy. The only way I can really describe it is like a bunch of children when a piñata bursts and the candy falls down. When they saw that phone just brush and touch on the deputy, the captain, they got so excited and they're like, battery on officer. And and I started getting that strange energy that you get from police that commit, violent misconduct, where they say things like stop resisting while they're just punching someone in the head who's tied up and not moving. So I was just getting that energy. And so that's what it was. And then they tried to charge me with that. And it was actually so ridiculous that they ended up dropping that. And instead they charged me with willful obstruction of an officer for that. But that's also wrong. So they're funny. They tried to fix it and they're wrong again. And because the detention was unlawful, you actually are allowed to resist, which I didn't. So even if I did do something they were saying I do, it would be a not guilty under the statute. So it's just on its face a not guilty across the board, even though I was charged with 4 counts, one of them being a felony.
So that was dropped. The battery charge was dropped, but you're still facing these other charges. Possession of pills not in their original container. You claim that you can do this in Georgia, just have them in a bag if you want. Disrupting court proceedings, possession of dangerous drugs, having a Schedule II controlled substance, which you say you were prescribed, the Schedule II.
Right.
Anastasios, Judge Ural Glanville is presiding over this trial, and there are things he's doing in this case that I don't think I've ever seen. Assigning people essays, whether they're prospective jurors, even attorneys, assigning them essays to write, 20, 30-page essays if they are held in contempt. Very unusual. I heard that you were ordered to buy everybody lunch. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Yes, that's correct. I haven't been a part of that before either. I've been practicing law since 2015, and I've been practicing under supervision since 2012, and I've never seen that before. And the statute in Georgia for contempt gives the judge the options of $1,000 fine, a 20-day in jail sentence, or some mix of both. So you could be fined up to $1,000 and jailed for up to 20 days, or both. But in this case, he's assigning other consequences for contempt. And I don't believe that I even was contemptuous in that moment, but me and the judge just had a difference of interpretation over what him and I had said to each other.
But, you know, ordering a defense attorney to buy people lunch, I've certainly never seen that. I'm not even sure I've seen an attorney held in contempt and given anything other than maybe a fine.
Right. I mean, I've seen jail. I've experienced jail for contempt. But you're right. I haven't seen that either. And what really happened was I was given the option of either writing an essay and buying them lunch or going to jail for 20 days. And what I had said was I don't have any problem buying my colleagues lunch, but that I wouldn't write an essay and I would just do the 20 days. But then upon that, he gave me the option of, well, you can make a donation of $250 to the charity of your choice and buy your colleagues lunch. And what really happened, it kind of got blown out of proportion in social media and other outlets. I did make the donation to Miles College, the scholarship fund, and that's the HBCU college where my client, Mr. Miles Farley, got his business degree from. And so I did that. The judge said that satisfied him. And then I was supposed to buy a lunch on one day. And that day we only had a 45-minute break, so I couldn't. And then all my colleagues, you know, they didn't want that. They told me, we're good. You don't got to buy me anything. And it that was March 17th. It sort of kind of faded away. Then it got brought up recently. And when I understood that that's what he wanted me to do, although I don't feel like I was actually in contempt, you know, I agreed to do that coming up on May 19th. So even though Mr. Farley is severed, you know, I do plan to still, you know, honor the judge's wishes.
Interesting. Rodalius Ryan is the one who had the alleged 2 bags of marijuana sewn into his boxers, not your client. But your client is facing a murder charge. You know, he will now have a separate trial. Your thoughts on having the case severed, obviously, because he's not going to be tried with all of these other defendants, which will take, it feels like this trial is never going to end. We're still in jury selection.
That's right. I mean, for Mr. Miles Farley, we were facing, you know, a long fight that we knew we're going to win, but we didn't know when. I mean, we don't even know what part of jury selection we're in because we haven't started the individual questioning. We don't know how many strikes we're going to be given. We don't know how many alternates the judge is going to give each side. We don't know how the prospective jurors are going to react to the individual questioning by all 14 of the defense teams, now 13 with Mr. Farley's severance. So, yeah, that was strange. And in a strange way for Mr. Miles Farley, it's a situation where people say things, you know, like God works in mysterious ways, because I wanted a severance from the beginning because that's the only way for Mr. Farley to have a fair trial if his trial ends up being fair. But I don't think being tried with so many people at once and so many attorneys at once and under the RICO statute in general, I don't think someone could get a fair trial like that. I mean, we're still going to win with 2 hands, you know, tied behind our back by the RICO and the lack of severance. But I know there's so many things that are unfair about it. And so I'm actually glad that he got severed, and I'm glad that he got a bond, because now he doesn't have to be unnecessarily confined and punished just to have a fair trial, which is going to have to be after whenever this trial ends.
Well, we will wait and see when this trial ends and when your client's, Miles Farley's, trial is scheduled, and if he's able to post that bond. Attorney Anastasios Manetas, thank you so much for coming on Law and Crime to talk with us about all of this in this crazy week. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate you, and I'll be back anytime.
Virginia, you can't make this stuff up for real. You cannot make this stuff up. These people are off the chain. I'm talking about the DA is just lying and putting stuff in there, and it's just unbelievable. And you know, everybody on here, instead of them talking about really the behavior of these people in this system, they keep talking about the people snitching. I mean, I hate all that's going on, but them people got to do what they got to do. But what about the way these people is conducting Oh man, it was one little fella. He was so funny the other day. I should have tried to find him. Because if I tell you that boy wasn't funny, they went and got him from prison. And he said he ain't got nothing to do with this. What, you know why y'all keep on bringing me in this? He told what they got to do with me? He was doing more cussing in the courtroom than you ever heard a human cuss in anybody's courtroom. And he already in prison, so I guess he said it wasn't nothing they could do to him. Because he already locked up. But girl, if I tell you that he was not funny, you better ask somebody. I wish I could find that little fella from the other day. Because that little fella was funny as all New York. But y'all got to really just check out this trial. This trial is really, really, really something that I think every American citizen, and especially Asiatic, or if you call yourself black, or whatever you call yourself, African American, colored, Negro, whatever you want to call yourself, I think that everybody, I even think Europeans ought to be looking at this for real, because they get treated bad too. We just don't get to see it. But they get treated bad. Not as bad as us, but bad. Bad is bad. I don't care how bad it is. But if I tell y'all that these people in that courtroom is some kind of terrible, you just ain't never seen nothing like it. And the judge, Regina, is a brigadier general, and he's the chief justice over the Superior Court in Fulton County, and he's the chief justice with the Army, reserves. He's the chief justice for that too. And then every Friday, he got to, they say every Friday, I don't know if that's true or not, but he got to work half a day because he got to go and do some stuff with the Army. And he had to go and take care of that first before he can come to the bench there. And it's just a hot mess. I mean, you talking about a hot ghetto mess. It is a hot, hot mess. No, the judge think he is just the greatest thing since sliced bread. But he's also one of the ones when I showed y'all where the judges were not working, and he had the lowest caseload. He only had 26 cases. Hey, Tasha. I mean, this stuff here, if I tell y'all, this stuff here is really, you could really cry for days. Because just think for real if that was your baby that's got to go through this that these people are putting people through. Oh, I didn't get to put my 3 hearts. But I want to thank you for the Cash App. Thank y'all for the Cash App. Let me play Thank You, please. This has been a beautiful evening for me. And I normally give 3 hearts, and I'm up there talking and didn't get to do but 1. But let me say thank you.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
And Regina, I have a new song. I have a new section I'm supposed to start doing, but I didn't feel well the other day, so I kind of just been laying around for the last 2 days. I feel better today, though. I feel much better today. But last couple of days, I have just really felt like an upset stomach. Where your stomach just feel queasy. And just imagine if this was one of your babies going through this kind of stuff that these people are putting these people through in this courtroom. And it's really a joke, y'all. It's really sad. It's disheartening, to be honest. Yep, that's it. The wannabes and the sellouts. And that's right, Tasha. The incredibly incompetent crooked crooks. Yeah, these people they terrible. It is. And see, a lot of that I was explaining the other day is because the enemy knows the power of the divine, not the divine nine, their organizations, the divine feminine, the power of the matriarchy. And if women come together, we could shake this world back in order. But they get these women who are ambitious and naughty by nature, and they get them to use those same powers for bad as opposed to for good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Regina. Yeah. Some of it, I think I could have been just a little bit nervous. I'll send you a message. And, but it is well. It is well, it is well, it is well. And then, you know, Greg turned 43 this past week. And he didn't do anything. Pretty much, if it's not wrestling, Master P or Beyonce, he ain't really too much interested in it. And he does go to the games like the Mavericks and the Cowboys, but if it ain't Master P, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, and wrestling, now he'll go all over the world to see them people. But if it ain't that, he ain't interested in doing nothing. They did go out to eat, though, the weekend before the 8th, because my niece's birthday is the 8th, and her brother came up with his family, and they all went out to eat. I didn't go. I started feeling bad. That's Saturday. My stomach was feeling, it just kind of feel like you're nervous, but you don't know nothing that you're really nervous about, you know, nothing in particular. Moonchild said, it is so sad so many families broken up because of Fonnie being power hungry. I cannot believe that Fonnie defended one of their friends. It's criminal. Yeah, she did. And I thought I had that video, but see, I don't know if it's got music in it. But I thought I found one where it didn't have music in it. Y'all don't know how many of these videos I be up all night looking at these people, trying to figure out. And my problem is I have too much in my head that I be wanting to share. I can't do the little quick, short, easy. I wished I could, but that's not who I am, so that ain't gonna happen. But I want to give you the whole picture so you can see, and you can just start from that and go forward with it. But yes, this guy, his name is YSL Mundo. And I seen an interview with him last night. And Some of these people have some good coverage, and then some of them just, you know, acting like they kids. And I think this is the one I seen, and I don't think it has any music in it. Give me a moment and let me just see something, y'all, because it's interesting. This is the one who she represented in 2019, who was connected to the guy who came up unalived, and I think it was like 15 or 14, and they say that Thug supposedly had gave the orders, but they said that that's somebody that this lady was sleeping with, Fonnie, and we know she slept with a prosecutor, so it's not far-fetched. So I don't see how they want us to believe so much against these people, but we supposed to believe these people are honorable, even though that's a title of nobility. I don't think she's wearing it well. Hold on a second, y'all. Okay, I don't think this have any music in it, and I think I found one. Let me see.
Defendant in a back room at the YSL RICO trial in Atlanta.
I don't want to show that one. I want to show this one that I just found. That one is the one that just went off. I'm going to show y'all this one, and then we'll say our goodbyes for the night. But I want y'all to see this, and y'all just tell me what y'all think. You know, maybe it's just me. Although I don't think it is, but I want y'all to listen, and let me make sure y'all can see it. Regina, I thank you for telling me about the closed caption. That's one of the, in my opinion, one of the best things that I've done. So I think, hey, M. Jones, glad you made it. Okay, y'all, I want y'all to listen to this here for real. This is horrible. This guy is not involved, but he say he's one of the founders. And if she's about gangs and getting rid of YSL that she say is a gang, how did he miss it? But she represented him in 2019, and it clicked in my head. She represented him to get all the inside information, offer him a deal, and turn out everybody else. They know exactly what they're doing, and this is not, well, maybe this is how they really practice and we don't know it, but this is not justice. And like you said a moment ago, Regina, Martin was right about that. Gendria, okay. Yeah. Phyllis brought me some kind of barbecue here the other day, and you talking about gas. I thought I was, I don't know if y'all have shells all over the world, but I thought I was a Shell or a Chevron. QT, Valero, whichever one y'all may have. Circle K, Circle N, Circle out. You talking about gas. I want y'all to just tell me what y'all think when y'all hear this. Now, this one over in the green is the one that we just saw that his attorney is Fonny's mentee, who had him to flip his story. Because at first, remember, he wasn't going to do any of that or anything. But now that they were offering him all that time, on time he'd already spent. He's the one, Regina, that had the half of the head. He's the one who did that. Okay, here we go. Let me put on the mute.
Yeah, for sure. Lately, bro, you've been viral, bro. You've been on all the blogs, bro. Academics, No Jumper.
Yeah, they need to promote my music, man. I ain't make the shade room, but yeah, Academics and No Jumper. All due respect, y'all need to start posting the nigga shit, posting nigga music. Don't just post the negative shit.
Yeah, most definitely, bro.
I appreciate y'all though, y'all.
Hell yeah, bro. So for the people that don't know, man, who we got on Futures TV right now?
That boy YSL Mundo, man.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is.
Slime gut, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all definitely looking drippy as hell, though. You feel me?
Yeah, these my twins, man. This young Slack, my boy D kills him, my boy Buck in the cut.
Okay.
Originals. These my originals. These my originals. Day ones.
Okay, that's what it is, man. Now, people gonna want to know, you know what I'm saying? Like, where you from and shit, bro? What you repping?
I'm from the west side. I'm from the west side of Atlanta.
Okay.
But you know, I done been in a few hoods. I done stepped on Cleveland. I done stepped on in Oakland City, like in the Fold, Camerton. But I'm originally from the west side though.
Okay.
Vine City.
Now, what's it like on the west side, bro? Cause you know what I'm saying. I know T.I. he from the west side.
Yeah, he from Bankhead. They from Bankhead. See, I'm from like a different. It ain't no different part. Our hood down there, right there together. But I'm kind of like that. See that Simpson, Ashby, the Bluff, Vine City, Martin Luther King area. That's kind of like my hood for real. Bankhead right there too. But that little surrounding area right there by the Bluff and Vine City, Ashby, Simpson Road. That's my hood for real. But you know that west is the west, man. Hey, anything goes on the west. That's why we call it the Wicked West. Like I grew up around robbers, trappers, finessers, scammers, pimps. You know what I'm saying? That west, it's all type of shit going on in that west, man. Gamblers, goddamn, everything going on the west.
Yeah, bro. I went out there probably 3 or 4 years ago, bro. That shit was it's like there's a lot of poverty out there. Like,
yeah.
It's like what's that shit called? The World Country. What's that shit?
The World Congress Center.
Yeah, bro. Like that shit was wild as fuck out there, bro. So,
see, that's what I'm gonna do. When these meetings kick in, they coming for sure. I'm building my hood up for sure. Cause I don't like the fact that we got this big ass stadium right here called Beans and Beans $1, but we got houses right across the street from them motherfuckers that tore down. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't really smell that. So me personally, when I get some real meetings, I'm coming back and building my hood up. Like I go with them motherfucking about a whole block if I could type shit. Just to build shit up around the motherfucker to make it look like something. I don't want this bitch to look like the hood. You know what I'm saying? All my life, my hood been looking like the hood. I don't want it to look like that. I want to ride through the bit like, damn, okay, these motherfuckers, we changing shit up around this bit.
Yeah.
I want my shit to look like the hood forever, man.
And the crazy thing about it, that shit probably 2 or 3 minutes away. That shit nice. That shit look nice as hell.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Crazy how that shit is. Now, you know what I'm saying? What was you into before the music shit? You know what I'm saying? Like what?
I was in the streets, my brother. I was in the street doing what I was doing, trying to make this shit happen. I was in the street still doing what I was doing. Well, however this shit come, that's what I was doing.
Yeah. What age was it when you say you got when you had to start doing for yourself and jump off the porch?
Shit, boy, I ain't gonna need hoes, boy. Realistically, a nigga really just been mingling in the streets and doing little shit since he was about 10 for real, but just realistically jumped out of the porch for real about middle school, probably about 6th grade.
Middle school.
Yeah.
What was it though? It was because you didn't want mom and dad to do like for you. You had to go get it on your own type shit. What was it? Your environment?
I want to say shit. It was about what I really was raised around. You know, dad a street nigga. You know what I'm saying? Mom, I ain't gonna say she a street female. My mama always wanted to be the one to show me, hey man, I want you to see this, how the suburbs is, and I want you to see how the hood is. She always told me about both sides of this shit. So my mama kind of raised in the suburbs too herself.
Oh,
so it's like, but dad all the way street, but it's just the shit I was around for real. I was already around street shit, around, it's all I seen. So it's like I just Shit, that's all I seen. That's all I knew for real. It ain't like I had to do it. Just like that shit was already in me to kind of do street shit for real. Some of the shit I was doing.
Hell yeah. So what? I mean, you from the west side and shit, bro. Cleveland is what? What side is that?
Cleveland, they're like the south kind of sort of. These boys from the Avenue for real. These boys really from the.
Okay, so y'all from Cleveland Avenue.
Me and but migrated to Cleveland. See, this is my homie who I grew up with.
Okay.
Then he migrated to Cleveland. He kind of brought me to Cleveland for real. But these boys originally from the hood.
Okay, cause that's what I was about to say. Like, you know what I'm saying? You from the west side. How the hell you get linked on that?
What brought me over there? Through this blood shit and hey man, through this thing. Hey, man, my brother called me, hey man, pull up. I started pulling up over there and we locked in ever since then. A nigga down there think I'm from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Like, no cap.
That's what I thought though too. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know.
No problem.
What's the major differences between like, you know what I'm saying, the west side and Cleveland Ave and shit? Well, all that shit the same.
Nah, it definitely ain't the same. See, when I went over there Cleveland, see them boys over there, they more robber than anything. Them boys over there take your ass dead down. It's a bit different. Like, it ain't, it's a few trapper, but it's like it's a small selected few of trapper. Everybody else doing one thing, these boys taking your ass down. These boys robbing over here. Like, nothing but some robbing and shit going over there, boy. Like, it's a bit different. See, on the west, it's a mixture of everything. Over there, ain't never one or two things them boys doing. Either trapping or them boys taking shit down.
Yeah. Would you say Cleveland Ave, that's like the worst part in Atlanta?
Nah, I wouldn't say it's the worst hood. I wouldn't say that. I really can't even, well, to be honest, I ain't just saying it because it's my hood, but for real, and technically and truthfully, the west side, the Bluff is really the roughest hood in Atlanta. That's the roughest, everybody know that. That's like the roughest area. West side of Atlanta, Zone 1, that's the roughest area in Atlanta for real.
Wow. Now, how did, you know what I'm saying, you and Thugger Link and shit, bro?
Like I said, through when Buck Buck called me to Cleveland, and we kind of linked through just on that type of shit. Once I got over there, went to rocking with the boy, they see how I was rocking, see how I was coming. It just was all love, and we locked in and been stuck with each other ever since then.
Yeah, so how old was you around that time?
I probably like, maybe 18, 19 or shit like that, I want to say.
Okay, so that was like right before he really popped.
Yeah, fact, I was like 18, 19.
Yeah, what type of person was thugging and shit, man? I seen old videos.
Goofy ass nigga, goofy head, play too much, that damn it be doing dumb shit all day, want to joan and do all that goofy shit all day. Man, goofy hell, that's all he want to
do. Yeah.
Solid be tight niggas that do the damn wheels, they be right here cool, and Solid come slap the can out your hands, that dude slap the glass off your face, that dude dumb goofy shit, yeah, that's all he gonna do and join you. Man, what he gonna join? Nigga, wake up, join
For real.
Out the gate.
So what was it like to see, you know what I'm saying, nigga, a street, cause he really from, you know what I'm saying, in Cleveland, he really outside, you know what I'm saying. See a nigga like that go from being the street and now this nigga global.
It really kind of like, to us, bro, it's kind of, this shit kind of amazing, cause like, we were just doing what we were doing. We ain't playing nothing, we ain't really, of course we always knew we were gonna be somebody, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Nigga, it was gonna happen eventually, but we ain't think it was gonna happen the way that it happened. We ain't think it was gonna happen so fast and that shit just organically like that. It just happened. Like, you feel what I'm saying? We ain't think it was gonna be like that. So it's shit, when we look back at this shit like, damn, boy, we really just came from literally nothing fast though. Like, we were just doing what we were doing. That thing, the next year we were out of here. Like, for real. Like, we were just for real literally doing what we were doing, bro. And that thing, a year or two later, bro, it was over with. Yeah.
That's crazy though, man. Young niggas too doing this shit.
Facts.
Type shit. The biggest story in hip hop right now is that situation.
Right.
Yeah, bro. When you first seen the videos and all that shit, bro, everybody posting video, buddy, you know what I'm saying, yes ma'am, and all that stuff, bro. What was going through your mind?
The first thing clicked through my mind was, goddamn, they must shout him to do that one, cause I know you ain't just going there and do that. That's the first thing clicked in my brain, man. This shit had to be talked about. Like, it had to be set up like this.
Yeah.
Until I got my real full intel and the real scoop from some real valuable people, and I realized that, hey, but he wasn't informed on that, but he didn't supposed to do that.
Yeah.
He ain't supposed to do that.
Cause some people would say that, you know what I'm saying, they were saying that he didn't really snitch on him because he just all he did was just admit that he was in the car. Guns and drugs was found, but they were not his. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say who the drugs were. So
okay, so listen, let me tell you this. You my top artist, right? If he the top artist. My defense is that this is a record label, which it is. This is a record label. It's not a gang. So why would my top artist go in here and plead out saying that this is a gang? My top artist got pulled over with me, got caught with shit.
Yeah.
You play it out saying it's not yours. Who else is it? You just not wording it saying that, oh, it's his. But in other words, everybody know who got sent. If you got sense, you're a real street nigga. Niggas know what's going on, bro. You basically just told. Still, it's telling still, regardless.
Yeah.
No matter how you put it, no matter how a motherfucker try to put it in no type of way, that's still telling, bro. You told. You throwing your mans under the bus, bro. Y'all know what I'm saying? Like, that's throwing your mans under the bus. No matter if it's truth, if it's some truth in it or it's wrong, you still throwing your mans under the bus by doing what you did.
Yeah.
For sure.
Did you know him before that? Before this shit? Like, did you?
No, I met him through Slime. I met him through bro.
Okay.
I ain't know him. I was in chain gang, you know, I was calling back home, talking to them boys, and them boys was like, I heard you finna get out and shit like that. And once I got out, I went to fucking with them through Slime. Like, I ain't really know bro like that. Then like I said, Shawty was a good, I always said that too though, Shawty a good, genuine nigga though. I can't, that right there puzzled me. I couldn't believe he did it. I always said him and the niggas around, niggas, Money Mob, Buka, Nietzsche, all his little surrounding crew who he brought around, all them boys cool and players and good, genuine niggas.
Yeah.
But that right there threw me for a loop, bro. It ain't no turning back from that one. Like, it ain't no, you did that, my brother.
Yeah, but you know, there was people saying, you know, it was a video that came out. It was like, what's the shit he was talking on Crime Stopper?
Yeah, see, I don't really too tough know about that. That was kind of goofy to me. Like, nah, that wasn't no movie. Nah, that wasn't no movie. But I still don't know the circumstance of that to be speaking on that. You feel what I'm saying? I don't really. Yeah, I don't know that circumstance to be speaking on that situation.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if you don't want to answer this, you don't got to. But you know what I'm saying? I seen, like, I was looking on the internet and some people was like, yo, you know, YSL Mondo, he's the founder of this shit. And it was like, if he's the founder, you know, why people ain't coming for him type shit.
For one, I'm gonna just say this. The internet is weird, bro, because for one, why would you want to see a nigga locked up?
Fact.
Why don't you, the first thing come to your mind is, oh, maybe bro wasn't, he got blessed, or maybe bro wasn't around, or maybe why the first thing a motherfucker say is some negative shit, or why he ain't locked up, or he would. First and foremost, ain't no mystery, Mondo history. Ain't no funny style shit on my name, so the motherfucker can't say what you gonna say. You can't say nigga rat, a nigga front woo, what you gonna say? Well, ain't no mystery Mondo history from the chain gang to the street. So nigga blessed. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. Nigga blessed. And get what, bro? Nigga I am, and I was one of the founders, bro. Like, we started this shit together from the ground up. Everybody know that. My whole town know that. So that ain't no secret. That's just for motherfuckers who ain't from the town who don't know that. The internet motherfuckers, they don't know, but I was.
So like the lingo and all that, like drip.
Yes, man, this shit came from the guys, man. This came from us. We didn't want to start this shit. We started this shit together.
Most definitely.
It's not no one founder. It's not a one founder. All us we came up with this shit together. Like,
it ain't a game.
It wouldn't even talk. It wasn't nothing. We did, like I said, bro. It wasn't nothing. We planned. They was just like some niggas, like 5, 6 of us. This how we started it, basically. Like 5, 6 of us just sitting there like this. Oh, but we just finna start. Cause I used to wear the Saint Laurent shit a lot and shit like that. So it's kind of like, that's how I got through in the mix too. Like, oh damn, boy, we got this YSL shit on, and we was already pushing the blood shit and shit like that. So that just, it really organically happened, bro. We didn't plan none of it. We didn't want to sit around saying, oh, well, we finna be the biggest gang in the world. We didn't even say nothing about no gang. This shit is like some crew family shit, like clique shit. This ain't no fucking gang. This is on some family little regular shit, and it just blew up after that, bro. We didn't understand how much leadership quality we had. That what we did wrong. And I'm gonna say this on camera, cause I ain't really got a chance to say this. We didn't know how much leadership quality we had, bro. We didn't know all these people from the run behind us and was looking up to us and wanted to be like us. We
had that influence.
We didn't know that, bro. We was out here just being us, being regular motherfuckers, and I know we turned around the whole world saying Slime.
Yeah.
We didn't know we had this much influence. If we would have knew back then, if our head was on the right path back then, bro, we could have changed a lot of shit, bro. And made a lot of different. It ain't our fault, bro. We didn't know no better. We didn't know these folks gonna run behind us and do this shit. We didn't know that, bro. These folks just, hey, bro, we didn't know. If we did, I wish we would have known back then, cause we could have stopped a lot of shit though. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like I said, bro, this shit, we ain't playing this shit. Shit just happened.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask.
Shit.
Yeah, bro. So you know what I'm saying? I feel like Y Lucci, Young Thug, man, they definitely had crazy waves, you know what I'm saying, in Atlanta. And, you know, they had problems and whatnot, man. Like, how
ain't trying to be funny, but that guy who's doing the question asking, he sounds like a cop to me. The question he's asking is just unbelievable. He wants them to admit to stuff. It sounds like to me. Just listen to him.
Yeah, bro, this shit, we ain't playing this shit. Shit just happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
Shit.
Yeah, bro. So you know what I'm saying? I feel like YFL Lucci, Young Thug, man, they definitely had a crazy wave. You know what I'm saying? In Atlanta, and you know they had problems and whatnot, man. Like, how did that whole shit come about?
Technically, bro, to be honest, I don't know what it was about. I was in Chain Gang, so I don't really know what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know Lucci like that, to be honest, personally. But I don't know what the smoke was about. I don't really know for real. If it was smoke, I don't know. I don't think it was no smoke. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't around. I was in prison.
Most definitely, bro. Most definitely. What was you locked up for and shit, bro?
I had went to prison for a robbery.
Okay.
In 2014.
Yeah. So how was your whole time in that shit, though, bro? Like.
I wouldn't did my bit like a soldier. I ain't gonna need cap. I was down there getting money and some more shit.
I feel it's like I seen Lil Baby, I seen Polo G. Who else? I followed Gunna. Who's it? Lil Baby, Polo G, and some other niggas. You know what I'm saying? Meek Mill too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you see that?
I seen it.
Yeah. What you think about that?
Hey man. I guess they feeling how our niggas supposed to feel. Shit ain't right. Them boys, half of them boys real street niggas for real, so they know.
Yeah.
Niggas that transition to the music business. But some of these boys, hey man, the street shit kind of intertwined with the music business, the way this shit going, so they gotta treat that shit accordingly. Can't do no music with no nigga, man, after nigga do shit like that. Like, I can't even really damn near, how did it make me look?
Yeah. Do you think, in today's generation, you think they're accepting snitching more so than
yeah, bro, this shit watered down.
Overly.
It's no more morals, it's no more codes, it's no more ethics, it's no more none of that with this shit, man. If a nigga having motion, nigga having money, these folks on a nigga sex.
Yeah.
You folks don't give a damn if a nigga a punk, sissy, rat, or whatever it is, they don't give a damn these days, bro. That shit, the game fucked up. This is how it is. This shit ain't no more codes and shit like that for real, bro. And that's what I'm trying to bring back to this shit. Like, that's what I rap about a lot. That's how I move, and that's how me and my niggas operate. That's what we trying to bring to the game. Like, man, put the real shit back in, bro. Like, all this fake shit, too many fake niggas getting by, bro, with this fake ass, flaw ass, cap ass shit. Like,
yeah.
It's no more. We gotta bring the codes back to this shit. What the code, what the morals, where the ethics at in this shit. You feel what I'm saying? We gotta bring that shit back, bro.
Yeah, because even in the Boston Richie situation, you know what I'm saying? The people, I guess paperwork came out of him, but people saying like, yo, that nigga hard. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. You feel me? Type shit.
Yeah, man. If you musically, if you hard, you hard. That's why I say I can't take that from Gunna. I can't take that from none of these niggas. Look at nigga 6ix9ine. He's still making millions of dollars off music, and he's a super duper rat. He overly ratted. But shit, nigga still gonna do that. You can't take that away from a nigga. If he talented, he talented. But me personally, I can't rock with no nigga though that's telling and snitching and shit like that.
So you think, old buddy, you think he's still gonna be lit? He's still gonna be getting booked?
I don't know about lit. I don't know about being lit.
Okay.
He still be doing what he doing, getting some show money and getting booked and shit. But being lit, I don't know about that one now. You can't never be lit again once you're at it.
Yeah.
Your lit days are over with. Once you're at it, your lit days are through. You'll never be lit again. Your fire have been distinguished. You through. Man, your fire has been put out, baby boy.
Over with.
Man, nigga hit you on these. Man, nigga put you out, man. Come on, man. It's over with.
Yeah. It's over with. Have you talked to Thugger for that situation, or you been chilling?
Not recently, not recently. I talked to his family. I talked to his mama or his sisters and shit like that, but I haven't talked to him personally.
How they holding up and shit? His mom and all that shit.
Oh, you know his mama is a super strong lady. Mama Duck super strong. So with all due respect, I always call Mama Duck like, Mama Duck, you a gangster, baby. Cause she's so strong and she done seen so much and been through so much with us, seeing us do shit and doing this, that, and the third. It's like I always look at Mama Duck like she's a strong woman. So she's holding it down, like for real. Like she don't be really tripping. Of course she want her son home, and it's just been a lot going on, and this probably like the roughest patches they probably ever went through for real, like with this type of shit. So But the way she holding on, bro, she a strong woman, bro. You know his sister and all them folk, they staying strong, but they miss they folk, bro. They miss y'all, bro. So yeah.
Now, we gonna get into your music and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You just dropped some joint like what, 11 days ago?
Yeah, I just dropped the tape. I just dropped the tape today. And what that was the day.
Yeah, bro. Talk about that, bro. Who you
Yeah, man. One of them ones is out right now. Get into it. Every song on that motherfucker walking from 1 to 11.
But it's overly one to one.
Put you down. One of them ones. Everybody in my town know that. When they speak about Mundo, they gonna tell you, man, look, Mundo been one to one. Shouta been putting that shit on so he would look. Shouta been got down, did that in the third. Shouta woo. One of them ones. That's what they gonna come up when they speak about Mundo. Oh, nah, he one to one. They gonna be the first word they say. Nah, Shouta one to one.
Yeah.
So yeah, the one of them ones out right now though. And it's pertaining all the subjects, everything you wanna know about Mundo and did that in the third, all that shit in one. Just go listen to it. It's gonna explain who YSL Mundo is, man.
What song you pushing off that shit right now? What you think going?
I ain't gonna need a lot here, yeah. I look at it like I'm just let my fans pick. Whatever my fans gravitate to the most, that's the one I'm pushing all them bitches though. But like whatever my fans gravitate to, all right, okay, them the ones I'm gonna start doing a little more shit with. But other than that, I'm gonna let it ain't no specific song because all them bitches hard.
Yeah, how the love in the city been, bro? You feel like since you been rapping and shit, you feel like it's more love in this shit, or you feel like it's more hate? What you think?
It's kind of like it weird because it's fake to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And I know it's fake. Niggas only fuck with you when you got some motion or you got something going on, they this, that, and the third. So it kind of like fake, but I'm already too familiar with that type of shit. I'm already too familiar. I know that's how these niggas be, bro. Niggas gonna ride your way when you got something going. When you ain't got nothing going, they going on to the next nigga who ride. They go for bitches and niggas. That's just how it is. Mm-hmm. So, but I do got mad love though. My motherfuckers fucking with a nigga, but I know it's a few fake motherfuckers too. That's how this game is, bro. This shit you gonna have the fake ones, you gonna have the real ones.
Yeah, most definitely, bro.
For sure.
Yeah, man, we about to sign out this shit, man. Is there anything, you know what I'm saying, you want to let streets know about, man? Anything in the future plans that you got, you know what I'm saying?
We just on their ass and we ain't letting up, and how I'm coming is everything. Hey, man, nigga ain't biting their tongue about that, man. We speaking the truth. It ain't nothing I'm sugarcoating about it, ain't nothing nigga capping about. We just gotta bring the realness back to this shit, bro. We gotta put the real niggas back in style, bro. Been too many fake niggas around here doing what they doing for a little too long. So it's just time. This year is the year of exposing the fake niggas, man. Yeah. Exposing the fake shit. All that, man. We gotta put this shit on wax, man. And he ain't even about shit on no nigga and trying to really just expose a nigga. But it's like, man, the truth is the truth. What's real is real. What's fake is fake. Ain't no sense in denying it.
Yeah,
Stop the cap.
Do you feel, because I seen some people, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of people was agreeing with you, but some people was like, you know,
see, they
Mondo,
fans.
it was like Mondo, he kind of making it harder on Thug by speaking up on it.
How?
Or they'll say that, what they'll say? They'll say that Mondo trying to get in that Rico shit because he's speaking on it.
Hey, man,
shut up. So
I'm a real street nigga, and I'm not an idiot either. I'm not an idiot. Nothing I'm saying is incriminating nobody. What is I'm saying? If anything, hey, man, one thing about it, I'm grown. I take my own lick, but I ain't finna send myself to the can either. This ain't no way have I said incriminated. Them just are dummies. They don't know no better. They just stupid and they fanned out. And they just gonna say anything just to be because they rhyme a nigga dick. But one thing about me, I'm not a fool. I'm not an idiot. I'm a real street nigga. I'm not gonna never incriminate nobody. Not gonna never do no goof ass shit like that. Cause first and foremost, my brother ain't did nothing. So it ain't nothing I can possibly say to incriminate him. You feel what I'm saying? Now, it ain't nothing I can say to incriminate myself. What y'all nigga mad? Come on here speaking the truth? What? Come call y'all niggas out by doing dud shit? Like what? Hey, ain't nothing incriminating about that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. I was doing the interview the whole time. I'm like, damn, bro. I'm just now found out that's DK. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, the real one. The original one.
It's Kizzle, man.
The only one. The one and only. You feel me?
Yeah, man. It's Kizzle, man.
Yeah, how you feeling today, bro?
Yeah, oh, man. I'm better than ever, man. I'm with my bros, man.
That's what's up.
For the first time in 8 years, shit, I'm back with these boys, man.
That's what's up, my nigga. Now, you know what I'm saying? For those that don't know, you know what I'm saying, where you from and shit with it?
I'm originally from the project. I'm from Pool Creek, but they tore the project down in 2005. We migrated to Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, so you been out there for
how
long?
I've been on Cleveland Avenue since 2005.
2005. So what was the difference between, you know what I'm saying, Cleveland Ave from 2005 to, you know what I'm saying, like how it is now type shit?
That shit watered down. That shit not the same, bro. It's a lot of bullshit going on, man. When I got there in 2005, I was a young nigga, but it was just a lot of love, man. Like niggas was getting niggas game, showing niggas how to move for real. Like, it ain't like that these days, you know what I'm saying? The old heads back then, they was showing us how to get money for
Yeah.
real. Yeah, trying to keep us out the bullshit.
Most definitely. So when did, you know what I'm saying, you went with Thug and shit, bro? Like, how long y'all been
I always knew Thug, though. He stayed in Drummer South, I stayed in Pool Creek, but his mom, that's probably like 5 minutes away.
Okay.
It's all on Jonesboro Road, but his mom had an apartment in Pool Creek too, so when he would come over there for the weekend, out of school and shit on the weekend, I would see him at the basketball court and, you know what I'm saying, just running around playing. We was like really kids, like 8, 9, 10 years old, playing throw 'em up, eat 'em up, and red dog, beat down, you know what I'm saying, cops and robber type shit, like real little kids together, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so y'all used to do, you know, little kid shit type shit.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. So, you know what I'm saying, how was it to see Buddy, you know what I'm saying, your childhood nigga go from, you know what I'm saying, y'all playing cops and robbers and all that shit, now y'all made it in this music shit.
That shit was it was something that we always knew was gonna happen. I ain't gonna hold you, like, we knew it was gonna happen, but when it really popped, like, it popped, bro, like, I ain't gonna hold you, twin, that was back in 2013, he dropped Stoner and think like Danny Glover.
Got Danny Glover, 2 cups.
Stoner, but get what? I'm in the can.
That shit was...
I was in the can when he dropped all this.
You had just went to the can?
I had just went to the can.
You locked in?
No, I got locked up.
You were locked up for that other shit.
Yeah, exactly. I popped out.
What was you locked up for?
Matter of fact, he paid my bond. I got out. But he telling me on the phone, like, bro, it's up. You know, on me, I'm like, he's all right. Back, we wasn't even saying this, nigga, like, bro, we turned. Like, bro, we blessing. Yeah, we piped up. Yeah, on game, that's what we saying. He like, bro, we piped up. I'm like, all right, you feel me? But man, I got out, man, we really piped, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Downtown, top floor condos, the
video go viral we made. Me, him, and Thug.
Yeah.
We made the video. Right, we started getting the real money for real like that. We made the video.
Yeah, for sure.
Having the motherfuckers on the racks. That when the Duncho lingo came around.
Yeah.
Having Dunchos on there. Everybody know that video viral right now. That shit surfacing on YouTube and smoke shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got them.
We was in the penthouse then.
Fact.
In the
First penthouse we ever had.
For sure.
What was it like on Cleveland Ave after he made it and shit, bro? Was it a different type vibe? You know what I'm saying, around there? Like,
it was still love. But you know, you always gonna have niggas who salty. You always gonna have them, but overall, it was still a lot of
real nigga make it out the hood though. You know the hood with you now.
Yeah.
Hood gonna be with you, so it's just like, hey man, he on the hood on.
Exactly.
Everybody was there, you know what I'm saying, around the way you got now.
Exactly.
We scrape now. That's how I look at it. That's how I really kind of supposed to be though, but you know how it be. You gonna have the funny style shit, you gonna have the regular normal love.
Yeah. And I know, you know what I'm saying, I ain't asked you this in the first part of the interview, but I know you and Thug, y'all, you know what I'm saying, had disagreements type shit, bro. Like, what
we just kind of me and my brother kind of let the internet blow it out of proportion. You feel what I'm saying? It was like on some shit that we had already had some other personal shit going on, and it kind of, I thought he said some shit about me on the internet, and I go up and say some shit on the internet. It was on some, instead of sitting down and talking to each other, we kind of thinking too much, and it just kind of got blew out of proportion. It was some internet shit for real, but you know, we done settled our differences since then, that shit.
Niggas grown now.
Yeah. We both knew, you know, then my brother, he a stubborn motherfucker too. I apologize a million times to his ass. If I know I did something wrong, but hey, Slime, my brother, I know I chilled out. Man, shit, I don't want to do. Hit from one of them on 40 arm on your ass, man. I don't want to talk to him right now, man. That's how my brother is though. Like he's a stubborn guy. Yeah, but you know everything since then. There was a little small little bitch. It's just the internet blew it out of proportion. Like, oh, these really beefing. They ain't no damn beef between my brother. It's just like you, when your real brother, you and your real brother might get to touching in their mama house somewhere. Like that type of love me and bro got like real brothers for real. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never no real beef.
Yeah, man. Like, let niggas know your IG and all that. If they're trying to, you know what I'm saying, get at you for shows or whatnot. You verified too, ain't you?
Yeah.
Okay. You got your check and shit.
Yeah. King Drip Mundo on my Instagram, my TikTok YSL Mundo, my Twitter YSL Mundo. I ain't got no Facebook and all that type of shit. I'm gonna get into that on down the line, but yeah, hell yeah, man. And one of the ones, that shit out, man. That shit out right now. Let's get it.
Okay, that's what it is. Sign me out.
He doing all that cussing, but he not involved in nothing. Now, I don't know about other states, but in Texas, felons ain't supposed to hang together. Now, this was just April the 14th, 2024, is when they did this. Now, I don't know when they did the interview, but that's when they posted it. And I think it was the same because they was asking them questions about the interview. And in Texas, the felons can't be together, but now they all up there doing what they do. It was sad the way that they had little Walter having to come back and tell his story. That's the DK, the guy with the green on, and Mondo in the middle talking about rats. And that's what they consider now, DK, all the people in the chats. Oh, yeah, it is April 14th today. But let me go look at this video again. Let me look at that date again. Oh, girl, that was my video. I was looking at the date. Yep, Maria, hey. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was looking at my old video. Let me go back, Regina. Hold on, let me look. Ooh, that's why Greg said we old folks ought to stay out this damn stuff. Oh, this is so funny. Y'all don't do it, but I tickle myself most of the time. I swear I do. I was trying to go see when that date was that they had that interview. I'm up here looking at something. Let me see. It was 1 year ago, January 23rd. January 23rd, 2023. That's when they did that. But hold on, let me see what this is. I got to see whose it is.
and tattoos. So,
Now this is the one that was up there in the green, that was sitting there looking so cool, like he haven't done anything. He didn't recall much. But see, he had made a plea agreement, and they said that he had been working with them for a while on different times that he went to jail. So it's really kind of crazy. He tried his best not to be whatever they call them, snitches and all that, but it didn't look too good for him.
How did you choose to get it on your face versus another part of your eye?
I wanted to be a rapper. When I was getting them, that was popular what rappers was doing, putting tattoos in their face.
What was popular what rappers were doing?
Putting tattoos in their face.
As a founder member of YSL, and I'm talking about when it evolved into the gang, what was your role in YSL?
I was just rapping. I didn't have a role like a...
So when you said it evolved into a gang, what's your distinction between a rap group and the gang?
I don't understand that question.
Sure.
Can you dumb it down?
In the plea agreement on page 2, section 4A1, says that YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, began as a neighborhood group but then evolved into a gang. So if it changed from a group to a gang, what was that distinction? What was that change?
I think... So you asking me like my part in it? That's what you asked me?
What was it? Why did it become? Why was it a group first, and how did it become a gang?
I think it became a gang when I got committed for the crimes I did.
Okay, so.
And
What?
I stopped rapping and started back robbing and being in the streets.
Okay. Were you the only person committing crimes in YSL that were part of YSL?
I don't know what nobody else was doing.
Okay. I'm going to actually look at page 3. And number 11.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait for it to scroll down. Can you read what it says?
Members of and associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of YSL, and these crimes included, but are not limited to the following: murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, robbery, theft, illegal drug possession, illegal firearm possession.
Okay. And And then I want to go to page 4. And I want you to read number 12.
I have personal knowledge that members and or associates of YSL participated in or contributed to YSL by committing at least one of the acts listed in 4A.
It says 4A12, but listed in what was before. So again, outside of you, are you aware of other YSL members who were committing crimes?
I mean, they was locked up around the same time I was locked up, so.
So who was that?
A lot of us got locked up in 2015. It was like, majority, all of us got locked up in 2015.
Now, what crimes did you commit as a part of YSL?
I had a series of charges. I can't really remember.
What were some of them?
Attempted murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, the ones that's listed.
How many convictions do you have?
I'm not sure. I had a lot of convictions.
Have you been convicted with any other YSL member for any crimes?
Yeah, no.
And what was that for?
Attempted murder.
Do you know a person by the name of Arshillian Bennett?
Yeah, I ain't remember her. I ain't remember her real name, but you made me remember who she was, though.
When was that? When did I make you remember?
When we talked that time, I don't remember the date.
How do you know her? How do you know her?
I grew up with her.
What do you call her?
Shay.
And you said you grew up with her. Where did y'all grow up at?
Cleveland Avenue area. She used to watch my firstborn daughter.
How close in age are you with Shay?
I ain't really sure. I know she was out of school before me, so she older than me. I don't know like the exact number.
And you said she used to watch your oldest daughter. How back then? About how old was your daughter when she was watching her?
I can't remember what age she was. She was a kid though, like a little baby.
What year was your oldest daughter born?
2008 or 9, I don't know. I think 8. Whenever I was 17, she was born. Yeah.
So when you were 17, so...
I think 2008, right?
2008.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know her to be a member of a gang?
I mean, she used to wear like red and stuff, but I don't know if she was like a real blood or not.
You said you know her as Shay. Did you know her as anything else?
I don't know. I'll call her number Shay.
Do you remember when we met telling me that her name, she also went by LV?
I probably did say that. I don't remember that though. I remember like solely calling her Shay.
Now you said that she would babysit for 2008. Let me ask you, I'm sorry. In 2008, when your baby was a newborn, is that when she would watch your daughter?
No, she was like already walking, so she had probably been like 1 or 2.
So we're talking about 2009 and 2010.
Like probably around that time.
How long did she watch your daughter? Like, was it years? Was it months?
I ain't really sure. She wasn't like me. She ain't watching for me. She watching for my baby mama. So I don't know for how long it went on. But I remember picking my daughter up from her
A couple times.
So Shay had a relationship with your child's mother, not with you.
Mhm.
And you
But
said-
I knew her though. We was cool too. It wasn't like we were in a relationship or nothing like that, but we was cool.
You and Shay were cool.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Would you all hang out with each other?
Nah, that would be kind of weird. My baby mama wouldn't approve of that.
God bless you. You said that you would pick your daughter up from Shay's house. At the time, if you can recall, where was Shay living when you picked your child up?
In the same apartment my baby mama stayed in on Cleveland.
Was that the only location in which you would pick your child up from Shay's house?
Yes.
That's the apartment off of Cleveland.
Yes.
Did you ever know an individual by the name of Micah Anderson?
That player, yeah, I know. I knew him.
And you said that's Player?
Yeah.
Is that his nickname?
Yeah.
How do you know Micah Anderson?
That's
Player, as you call him.
That's Shay, old man.
When you say Shay's old man, what do you mean? For the jury, what do you mean?
That's her boyfriend. I think they got a kid too. I ain't sure.
Do you know if she was watching your daughter in about 2009, 2010, do you know at that time how long her and Micah Anderson had been dating?
Nah, I ain't know him then. They wasn't together then. No, that ain't accurate.
So when she was at Cleveland Avenue, she was not with Micah Anderson, to your knowledge? That's a no?
No.
Do you know when she met with or got with Micah Anderson?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, do you know if Shay and Micah ever stayed in the same location together?
Yeah, they had an apartment together.
Do you know where that apartment was?
I don't really, it was like, I think it was in Zone 3 though, but I don't know, like, remember where exactly it was at though.
Why do you think it was in Zone 3?
Cause it wasn't that far. Like, I ain't have to get on the expressway to get there.
Why would you have gone to her house?
I was hanging with him.
And and to be clear, this is not the house on Cleveland Avenue where you were picking your daughter up.
No.
This is a different location.
Yeah.
Now, if we know that she was watching your daughter in 2009 and 2010, about how old was your daughter when you were hanging out with, were you hanging out with both Shay and Player, or just Shay or Player?
Nah, I was just hanging with Player. Why would I hang with his lady? That ain't.
So you never hung with Shay? Okay. When you were hanging out with Player, about how old was your daughter?
I can't recall how old she was then.
But is it fair to say it was after 2010?
Yeah.
How did you meet Player?
I think in the studio, if I can recall. I might be wrong. It might be the club or something like that. It was out though.
Was Player in a gang?
He claimed blood. I don't know if he was like a real blood or not though.
And outside of Player, did he have any other nicknames?
Yeah.
What's that?
King Slime.
When you reference him, did you reference him as Player or King Slime?
If I talk to him, I would say Player, but Like if we did a song together and his name was on, I would have put King Slime.
How often would you hang out with Player?
Just at the studio, or if I had to call him to get some lean or something from him.
To get some weed?
Some lean.
Lean?
Lean. Yeah.
Did he sell lean?
Yeah.
Were you aware if he sold anything else?
No.
No, he did not?
I'm not aware of that.
When you said you would hang with him at the studio, about how often would you hang with him at the studio?
Whenever he stopped by, or whenever I call him for Celine.
So whenever he would stop by the studio?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How often were you at the studio?
I can't recall. I went to the studio, a lot of different studios.
And would he just randomly be at all the studios that you would go to? Or was it one particular studio?
I mean, he was a rapper too, so he might have a room in the same building or something like that. Or he might just call and be like, where you at? I'm like, I'm at the yo, I'm here, pull up.
When you went to go purchase lean from him, where would you go to go purchase lean?
Wherever he was at.
Did you ever go to his home to purchase lean?
Yeah.
And is that the same place you said you would just get on the highway and go to?
I said I didn't have to get on the highway.
If there was a landmark, was there any familiar landmarks around where Player was living when you would go to get lean or to hang with him?
I can't really remember. I don't even think about stuff like that. I know it's some apartments.
Back when you would go get lean with Player or from Player at his apartment, would you ever go with anyone else?
I would go wherever he was at, not just at his apartment.
Specifically at his apartment. I'm gonna talk about his apartment. Would you ever go to his apartment with anyone else?
If somebody else was in the car with me, then yeah, but I wouldn't just take nobody to his house like this.
Have you ever hung out with Player and Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
Where would y'all hang out at?
The studio, the club, same places.
How often would y'all go to the club together?
Whenever we go clubbing, if we in the same vicinity or we together before the club, we'll go to the club, but I can't remember how often.
In 2013, were y'all going to the club daily, weekly, monthly, approximately? How often were y'all going to?
I don't know. I wouldn't recall. I know I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke. I'd be on some other stuff, but I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke, so.
Have you ever been to Player's home? Was Player living with Shay back in this time frame that we're talking about at the apartment that you could get to without getting on the highway?
Yeah, it was a couple people living there.
It was a couple people. Who else besides Player and Shay were living at that apartment?
I think it was like his cousin or something. Might have been her cousin. It was a dude. And her kids.
How many kids did she have at the time?
I think she had like 3. I can't recall how many. It was kids in there though.
Have you ever been to her home, to their home, in May of 2013?
I can't recall that.
Did you ever go to her home with you, Mr. Williams, and one of Mr. Williams' brothers?
One of his brothers?
Yes.
No, not One of his brothers. All his brothers way older than us. They don't hang with us.
Have you ever been to his home with her home with you, Mr. Williams, and any other person?
Yeah, player.
Outside of players?
No.
Have you, Mr. Williams, ever been to their home together?
I just answered that with player.
Have you ever been to the home when player was not there?
No, that would be kind of weird.
Have you ever gone to Shay's house without player and an individual put a gun to the back of her head?
No.
What about you robbing or taking her belongings to be cash, a baby book bag, Beats by Dre headphones, and her weapon and her gun?
No.
What about shooting her gun at or in her direction while she was holding her baby?
I did a lot of stuff. I ain't never did nothing with nobody I grew up with or nothing like that. Especially not no female.
To your knowledge, I know you said that play, you get lead from play. To your knowledge, did Shay sell drugs?
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, like, I never seen her sell drugs.
Did you and Shay ever have any beef with each other?
I don't beef with women.
Did you and her ever get into any arguments or fights?
I don't hit women. I never had domestic violence or ever.
Did you ever have any beef or disagreement with play?
No.
Did you ever try to steal any heroin from Shay?
Heroin?
Heroin.
I did a lot of drugs. I ain't never did heroin.
Never did heroin.
I don't even know how that look.
Have you ever been to Shay's house with you, Buck, and Mr. Williams?
Yeah, I think that accurate with player.
With players?
Yeah.
And player was present when you all were there?
Yes.
Did you ever sit down and smoke weed with Shay and player wasn't there? Just you, Mr. Williams, and Buck?
I didn't even know she smoked weed.
Did you ever steal heroin, or did Buck ever steal heroin in your presence from Shay with you and Mr. Williams present?
But with my friend, but he a thief. He stole a lot. So.
Have you ever saw?
He stole from a lot of people we went around. A lot of girls we had around.
Specifically, I'm asking about heroin.
I ain't never seen no heroin. I don't recall it.
Have you ever stolen heroin from Shay and called her and offered to return the heroin back to her?
I ain't never gave nothing I took. Nobody back. I ain't never gave nothing back I took.
Never gave anything back. And speaking about that, you said you were robbed. Who would you rob?
Huh?
Say it again.
You said, I'm asking you to say that again.
Sure. Who would you rob? Like, would you rob little old ladies on the street corner?
Never robbed a lady.
Okay. So who would you rob?
People who got money.
How did you determine they were people who had money?
I would have to see it.
So is somebody just flashing money? You would say, I need to go get it?
Yeah, that probably would be the case.
Now, when you were doing the robberies, was that primarily in the Cleveland Avenue area, all over the city of Atlanta? Where would you rob?
It wasn't a particular area. If I knew I needed the money and my mama needed the money, go find it.
Did you try to target any particular type of people that you knew would have money?
No.
Did you ever rob drug dealers?
I got locked up for robbing a drug dealer, so.
Okay. So did you ever rob a drug dealer?
Yeah.
Now, you said you never had any beef with Shay, you never had any beef with Clay. Do you personally know any reason why she would make up a story about you? Excellent. If you have any personal knowledge.
I have no personality. I know what I heard, but I don't got no personality.
All right. You just talked about being charged with or locked up for robbing a drug dealer. Was that one time, multiple times? How many times have you been locked up or charged with robbing a drug dealer?
Once. I think. Yeah, once.
And do you recall what year you took that plea?
No, man.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You
I mean, not publish, permission to approach. Mr. Murphy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 17 Charlie. Do you recognize Exhibit 17 Charlie?
This ain't my name. I know what this is. It's like a, it's like a spreadsheet of like my charges and stuff.
And on 17 Charlie, is there an indictment number? What's the criminal action number?
Okay, that's a criminal action number.
What is it?
13 SC 12 20 87.
And flipping through Stacy Exhibit 17 Charlie. I just want you to look at it. Look and see if you recognize the charges within Stacy Exhibit 17 Charlie. And first, let's talk about the charges.
Yes.
Yes, you recognize the charges?
Yeah, I don't think I got convicted of all them charges. I was charged with them though.
And did you plead to that case regarding the drug dealer that you robbed? Is that case?
Yes.
Is that case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, this time say like the tender Stacy Exhibit 17 Charlie as a self-authenticating document of indictment 13 SC 122087.
Any objection to state 17 Charlie? I don't have, Mr. Lawyer. All right, it's admitted.
Looking at Stacy Exhibit 17 Charlie on the first page, can you tell what charges you actually pled to?
Yeah, it's 3 of them.
Okay, what were those charges?
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm, doing commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
And do you remember the circumstances upon which this case happened? Do you remember the facts of the case?
What that mean?
What happened?
I don't recall how that was like a long time ago, and I got shot that day.
Okay.
Twice.
You got shot twice. Where did you get shot at?
In my main artery, in one of my thighs. I can't remember. I think it's the left thigh and my right heel on my foot.
How'd you get shot?
I just remember waking up shot.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie.
Do you remember what started that day before you got shot?
I was real high. I don't remember what started it.
Okay. What do you remember about that day before you got shot?
I remember before I got shot. I don't remember that day before I got shot. I just remember waking up, like, in the hospital bed.
Do you remember what happened at all? Do you remember being in the car that day?
No.
Do you remember shooting at anyone that day?
No.
Do you remember being in a car that went airborne and hitting a wall?
No. I heard about it though.
Do you remember if there was anyone with you that day before you got shot?
I don't really remember who. Before I got shot?
Before you got shot.
I think I remember being with Buck before I got shot.
Where were you at? Where were you with Buck before you got shot?
I think we was at Buck's house, I think.
Was that the only person's house you were at that day?
As far as I remember. That was a long time ago. I've been in a car wreck since then. Fractured my spinal cord, had to go to surgery. I've been through a lot.
Do you know someone by the name of Adrian B? Or B?
Yeah, I know B.
Do you recall being with him on the day that you got shot?
I don't remember though, but I heard I was with him.
You heard you were with him, but you don't remember being with him.
No, I don't remember. Not on that day. I remember like hanging with him.
How did you hear that you were with him?
People told me that. They like, bro, you and Bean wrecked the car and robbed somebody. When I woke up, I don't remember like what happened though.
How many times have you been shot?
All together?
Yes.
4.
So we know that this incident back in 2013, you were shot in your leg. What were the other 3 times that you were shot?
You said where? On my body?
No. What were the other times? We know in 2013, you were shot.
Yeah, and then I don't remember what year, but my mama's house got shot up and I got hit twice.
Is this when you were younger? Like,
Yeah, this was after I had my second daughter, I think.
And when did you have your second daughter?
I don't know. I know my daughters.
God bless you.
My daughters is 11 months apart, so.
And you said your first one was in 2008, so we're talking about around 2009?
Yeah.
Now, your mom's house got shot up in 2009, or that's just when you had your daughter?
I had just had her. She was like a newborn, so yeah.
And you got shot while your mom's house got shot up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when was the third time you were shot?
No, I got shot. I got hit twice then, too.
Okay. So when you say you've been shot 4 times, do you mean
2 different occasions.
2 different occasions being shot twice at both times? Right. Do you remember after being shot on this occasion in 2013, waking up in Grady Hospital?
I've been to Grady so many times, man.
Okay. I'm talking about after you
They
got
saved
shot.
my life a lot of times.
Grady Hospital. After getting shot in your leg twice, after this incident in 2013, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall waking up at Grady Hospital?
I done woke up after surgery, being put to sleep, anesthesia, other drug medicated. Like I remember waking up a lot of times that grade. I don't remember that time though.
But you said you've only been shot on 2 occasions. Yes? And recently you said, when I woke up, people told me what happened. When you woke up, where were you?
At Grady.
Okay, so you were at Grady Hospital. When you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you recall speaking to police?
No, I recall speaking to my mama and my siblings.
Back in 2013, when this incident occurred, do you recall being in a car with Frederick Prothro or Big Fred?
People told me that.
Do you being also in a car with Jeffrey Williams?
No,
Did anyone tell you that?
no.
But they told you about Bean, they told you about Prothro.
Yes.
Now, do you remember back in 2009 the circumstances as to why your mom's house got shot? Do you know why your mom's house got shot up?
It was a drive-by.
Was your mother's home the target?
No,
I stand objection.
Do you remember shooting at anyone on this day when you got shot?
no.
Do you remember anybody's telling you? Okay.
Okay, I'll stand the objection. Rephrase, please.
Yes. Back in 2013, when you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you remember shooting at anyone prior to going to Grady Hospital being shot?
No, I don't remember nothing when I woke up.
Do you recall anyone telling you that you did shoot somebody?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I stand the objection.
So your testimony today, you don't remember anything that happened.
I stand the objection.
You remember nothing of that day before you got shot?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Bean, how long did you know Adrian Bean?
I can't really remember how long I know him. He older than me though, so
How much older is he than you?
I don't know. He old though.
Did you ever hang at his spot on Macon Drive?
I always thought that was Buck spot.
Is him and Buck cool?
Yeah, that's more Buck friend than mine.
He's more Buck friend than yours.
Mm-hmm.
How often would you go to Bean's house on Macon? Or what you thought was Buck's house on Macon?
Yeah, to either pick up Buck or talk to Buck.
Is it about 12:30?
Almost, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it being almost 12:30 at this point in time, I'm gonna suggest that we break for lunch.
That's it. Hey, Angela, that's it, y'all. It's really, really sad to me, the things that our children have to live through and the stories they have to tell. And I know it's choices one make, but again, when it's put up on you, everybody is not going to make the right choice. And even some people, like the men and women who were shot and robbed or whatever happens to them, they could have all been making good decisions. And unfortunately, this is what happens when you have a neighborhood reeked with drugs and weapons, and you have people that are voted in office who pretend that this is what they care about, but they're spending the monies that are given to them. And you know, it's a lot of philanthropists that give a lot of money thinking that they're helping the poor, and the people at the top get first dibs. So a lot of the people at the bottom never get to reap the benefits of people's kindness. And so it's a sad either way it go for me. My heart is always out to the underdog, but I never ever forget the victim. And we all should make the right choice, you know, especially if you're teaching your children. But a lot of these children grew up with parents that were out there in the streets harder than they were. And a lot of them, again, when you leave a child to his own devices, then, you know, these kind of things happen. And they could have God-fearing mothers who were there and praying and teaching them right from wrong. But the pressure of the peers could have gotten to them, because it is different. In the safety, it used to be in the safety of your home, it was okay, but now the girls are as bad as the boys, and when you're going to school and back, there is no safety. The things that a lot of our children had to go through and have to go through, it saddens me, but it is what it is. I just think it's a sin and a shame how I believe, it's just my belief, that all of this was orchestrated and contrived, and they took the misfortune of these children and fashioned it in such a way. And you know, this young man, Young Thug, he could be just as guilty as his friends. I'm sure he was at some point in time. And it's guys that's making millions now still committing crimes. So it doesn't matter about your social status and the money that you possess. It really is about the content of your character. And when did you start getting it? And if you didn't get it at an early start, it's very hard to become something that you're not. Very hard. And to somebody, these people are lovable, and they're children. Some people say they're not their children's friend, but I was my son's parent and friend. And we had open dialogue. There was certain things that I would not allow. And I was just blessed to have an obedient child. And I had enough fear in him to when he got those ages, he would rather obey than to see if his mama really meant what she meant when she told him what she meant. So it's no, I don't know, it's just sad. And then to see this criminal injustice system being done like this, I just think every Asiatic person should see this. They should see these atrocities. It's kind of hard to watch and listen to, especially when they had all of these guys coming in, giving them all this good information, giving them great pleas. And now they're pulling it all out because they knew what they were planning on doing. Those guys didn't. They were just committing crimes. But they want to say that this guy is like the kingpin, like John Gotti, ordering hits. and things of that nature. And so I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think, and put it in the comments if you don't want to write it in the chat. I greatly appreciate all 12 of you guys for staying with me this long. I really appreciate that. But it is 4 hours and 5 minutes, and so I am going to play, since I see Angela in here, I'm going to play her Jennifer, and I'm going to get ready to bid you guys good night, and y'all have a beautiful rest of your week. And Sunday we'll do it all over again. And I'll be keeping up with this and with Fonnie. And if y'all know of anything that y'all would like for me to cover or whatever, or talk about, then please feel free to leave it in the comments. And if anybody has something that they would like to say, please let me know. And, we can make that happen, because this is the Tiger's Den where everybody is welcome. And your opinions really are. It's good to see how other people think. Myself, on some things I'm just torn, and especially being the mother of a son and knowing how things could be, and grateful that they're nothing like what these mothers have to go through. But my heart goes out to these mothers, because no matter what the conditions are in the home, the children love their parents, even if their parents don't have the ability to love them back. They love them with all the love that they have, and it may not be enough, but it's what they have to give. And then the children love their parents with their whole heart, no matter how good, whether they eat dinner or not, get clean clothes, have a clean house. Children don't know any different, as long as the parent is there. That's what children know. And then, we go from little babies to all of this. That don't just happen because you just want it to happen. And everybody is not just being hard-headed and don't mean right. Sometimes it's the circumstances, and we don't know what the circumstances are. Let me play your song, Angela, and then we're going to get ready to get out of here. Again, I thank everybody that's here. I hope everybody hit the like button and leave a comment if you like. Share the video. And I appreciate you guys more than you ever know. Everybody that gave tonight, I want to thank you. I greatly appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. And I don't even know if I just said subscribe. I don't know what I just said a moment ago. Sometime I do that. But I'm going to play your song. And then I'm going to go out with Mom this time. Not the children. I'm going to go out with Mom after I play Jennifer. Sisters, have you ever found yourself in a tumultuous relationship when your broken heart is telling you to stay, but your mind is telling you to leave? If so, this song is dedicated to you. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I could ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying. I'm staying. And you're gonna love me. Oh, love me. You're gonna love me. And I am telling you, I'm not going, even though the rough times are showing. There's just no way, there's no way. We're part of the same place. We're part of the same time. We both share the same blood. We both have the same mind. And time we've had so much to share. No, 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 no. I'm not waking up tomorrow morning and finding that there's nobody there. Darling, there's no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. You see, there's just no way. There's no way. Tear down the mountains, yell, scream, and shout. You can say what you want. I'm not walking out. Stop all the rivers, push, strike, and kill. I'm not gonna leave you. There's no way I will. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. Not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying, and you, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me, yes you are. Ooh, ooh, love me. Ooh, 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 love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. You're gonna love me. Thank you so much, Angela. I greatly appreciate you. Good night, Moonchild. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. I don't know what happened to my song. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. And I go out with my favorite. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.